Welcome to HOJO Radio.
This is the cold season. What do medical authorities say about the common cold? Doctors tell us there's no known drug which will cure a cold. There are effective medications for treating complications accompanying or following a cold. If you've been taking sensible precautions and still have one cold after another, it's best to see your doctor. And here's another important health tip. When you have a cold and need a laxative, that's the time to rely on gentle X-Lax. Pleasant-tasting, chocolated X-Lax helps you toward your normal regularity gently overnight. X-Lax gets along with any cold remedies you may be taking, and X-Lax works where nature wants, in the lower tract, not the stomach. Taken at bedtime, X-Lax won't disturb sleep. Gives you the closest thing to natural action the next morning. You're well on your way toward your normal regularity, without upset or discomfort. So when you have a cold and need a laxative, take X-Lax. The laxative you can use with complete confidence. X-Lax helps you toward your normal regularity gently overnight. X-Lax.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Loretta Young, William Holden, and David Bruce in Christmas Holiday. Ladies and gentlemen, your guest producer, Mr. William Keighley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Probably no modern writer has given us more extraordinary situations in his stories, more excitement and suspense and drama than W. Somerset Maugham. Tonight we bring you Universal's adaptation of his recent novel, Christmas Holiday. The compelling story of a woman whose life is shattered by a tragic crime, who finds herself caught between a hopeless love and a man who tries to free her from its bondage. That woman is portrayed tonight by one of Hollywood's outstanding stars, Loretta Young, making her 18th appearance on this stage. Co-starred with Miss Young is David Bruce from the original screen cast of Christmas Holiday. Also, William Holden, who just last week received his honorable discharge from the Army Air Forces and is making his first return appearance in radio. I had the privilege of following Bill's career when I was in the same branch of the service, and also the privilege of following the productions of this theater, broadcast overseas by shortwave. I can honestly say those broadcasts were as much of a blessing to men in isolated islands, steaming jungles, and waste deserts as a cake of Lux soap. And that is no exaggeration. If people knew how much small luxuries like a cake of Lux soap are appreciated overseas, I'm sure we'd all be doubly grateful for them here at home. Grateful, too, that Lux can bring us three fine stars. Loretta Young as Abigail, William Holden as Jerry, and David Bruce as Robert in Universal's Christmas Holiday. Our curtain rises on the first act. December 24th, 1944. Through heavy skies, a transcontinental plane wings its way westward. Among the passengers are two young Army officers on holiday furloughs.
Jerry, we'll be in Nashville in a few minutes. Why don't you change your mind and get off with me?
I thought we weren't going to talk about it.
Sorry, but you're my best friend, and we've got to talk about it. That telegram you got in camp. What was it? What did she say?
Okay. She got married. She got married yesterday. She wishes me happiness. That's all it said.
It's tough, Jerry.
Yeah. Can I use for a wedding ring? Here's one you can have cheap.
And you're going on to Frisco just the same?
That's right.
Why? Suppose you do see her. What good'll that do you? Look, Jerry, get off with me. We could have a terrific time. It's practically Christmas
Sorry,
Eve.
but I'm going.
Jerry, forget her. Forget her as fast as you can. No, you're not going to make a fool out of yourself just because
I've already made a fool out of myself. And she's not going to get away with it.
Look,
No,
Jerry...
That's all I've got to say.
Well, maybe you'll change your mind later. You could always get off at New Orleans.
I'll pipe down and lay off.
Well, I suppose you know what you're doing.
Yeah. I know just what I'm doing.
Say, I thought you said we were coming into New Orleans, stewardess.
We're just outside of New Orleans, sir. This is our alternate airport.
Oh. Gosh, some rain.
Lieutenant, Wake up, Lieutenant.
I guess I must have dozed off.
We're making a landing just outside of New Orleans. Nothing wrong. Just unfavorable weather ahead.
Oh, how long are we laying over?
We really don't know, Lieutenant. We're taking all the passengers to a hotel just in case we have to stay here for the night. Watch your step getting off the plane. And Merry Christmas, everyone. Merry Christmas.
Now, if you've all registered here at the desk, ladies and gentlemen, you can go to your rooms. We're keeping in constant touch with the airport, and we'll advise you as soon as we learn anything.
Oh, beg pardon, Lieutenant.
Yes?
I'm Simon Fenimore, the Evening Inquirer. You one of the party that made that emergency landing?
That's right.
Oh, anything happen? Anybody hurt?
No, nothing happened. Not a thing.
Oh, I was afraid of that. Thanks.
Take your bags, Lieutenant?
Oh, yeah. Room 1012.
This way, sir.
Look, you suppose I could get anything to eat down here?
Dining room's closed, sir, but you can probably get a sandwich at the bar.
Okay, here. You can go on up with the bag.
Thanks, Lieutenant.
Oh, hello, Lieutenant. You know, I've been watching you. Ha, what's the matter? Christmas kind of getting you down? Have a drink, Lieutenant.
No, thanks.
No? Oh, Steve.
Yes, Mr. Fenimore?
Double scotch straight.
Yes, sir.
Oh, you sure you won't change your mind, Lieutenant? You're just a plain old chatterbox, aren't you?
Now, look, I don't want to seem like a...
Forget it. I'll leave just as soon as I finish my drink. Something's wrong, huh? I bet you I can guess. You figured on being in San Francisco bright and early Christmas morning, and here you are, trapped like a rat in New Orleans. Am I right?
Well, I had sort of planned...
I thought so. Planes all grounded, trains sold out. Wait a minute, I got an idea. If anybody can fix anything, I know the one who can. And you and I are going there.
What are you talking about?
About a place called the Maison Lafette. And a dame called Valerie DeMoro. Oh, she's the greatest little fixer south of Chicago. Come on.
Now, wait a minute. I don't get it. What and where?
Well, it's a nightclub. Maybe not too high class. But who cares? I'm the public relations counsel. Press agent.
Well, thanks, but I've got to stay here. There's no telling when they may resume my flight.
Oh, just leave word at the desk where you've gone.
You think that's safe?
Of course it's safe. Besides, what have you got to lose? Believe me, they don't roll second lieutenants at the Maison Lafette. They don't generally have more than a couple of bucks on them and a picture of a sweater girl. Come on, what do you say?
Well, just what you said. What have I got to lose?
Well, here she is, Lieutenant. This is the lady I was telling you about. Valerie DeMoro, Jerry Mason. Valerie runs this charming little place. How do you do?
Please sit down, Lieutenant.
And won't you sit down, too, Simon? Thank you very much. I will.
Simon told me you're trying to get to San Francisco.
That's just what I told her. Also, that you're a very nice guy, and maybe she can fix it to get you on a train.
Simon has a heart as big as all outdoors, Lieutenant. He likes to help people, if I can do it.
Well, I'd certainly appreciate it, Mr. Morrow.
I had a friend ask me the same thing this afternoon. I tried every connection. It was no use then, and it's no use now. I'm sorry.
Well, thanks anyway.
How about a drink?
Oh, no, he doesn't drink. It's an election bet or something. Look, Valerie, do you think you could arrange it so the lieutenant wouldn't be lonely for a minute or two? Like letting him hear the sound of a human voice.
Oh, no, really,
What about Jackie?
Why not? Eddie?
Yes, ma'am?
See if you can find Jackie. She's probably in her dressing room.
Yes, ma'am.
Jackie's a singer, kid. She's the so-called star of our so-called entertainment here.
Look, now, there's really no need for anything like that.
Relax, will you? You give me the willies. It's Christmas Eve. So you see, Jackie, Jerry here is what you might call an unexpected pleasure.
Hello, Lieutenant.
How do you do?
His plane had to make a forced landing, sort of. Isn't that the way things always happen, Jackie? You're going along, and all of a sudden, boom, you got to make a forced landing.
Suppose you and I just amble along, Simon.
Okay. Oh, just one word in parting. You won't find Jackie hard to talk to, Lieutenant.
He's pretty tight, isn't he?
Oh, not for him. He's been drinking himself into the gutter for a long time. They're running out of gutters now. Do you want to dance?
Oh, I'm afraid I'm not a very good dancer.
Then we'll just sit here and have a drink.
Whatever you say.
Eddie?
Yes, miss?
The usual, and,
scotch and soda.
Yes, sir.
Having a good time?
Oh, hello. Yes, fine.
Our friend Mr. Fenimore just passed out, but don't worry, Lieutenant. He had you on his mind. He just written you a note. Here.
A note?
Well?
It just says midnight mass at the St. Louis Cathedral.
Midnight mass.
Well, maybe you know what he means, Lieutenant. I don't.
You're going to the cathedral? You're going?
Well, I certainly hadn't planned on it.
Oh, take me with you, Lieutenant, will you?
But I don't think I'm going myself.
It would be a big favor, really, it would, and I want to go terribly.
Looks to me like you're on the spot, Lieutenant.
Please.
Okay.
Thanks. Thanks very much. It won't take me 5 minutes to change.
I don't understand. Can she leave here just like that? Doesn't she work here?
She's really a very nice kid. She deserves a break. Oh, you'll need a car to get into town. I'll see what I can do.
Oh, yes, and here's some money.
Oh, that's okay. It's on the house. Christmas.
Oh, well, thanks. I still don't know quite what to say about all this.
Well, then don't say anything. I'll see you around sometime.
It's beautiful, isn't it?
Yes.
I never attended a mass before. I never knew what it was like.
It's been a long time for me, too.
What's the matter?
Nothing.
But you're crying. Is there anything I can do?
No, please. Just let me alone.
Jackie, I think we'd better leave now. The service is over. Practically all the people are gone. But if you want to stay, I'll...
No, it's all right.
Would you like me to take you home?
No, not yet.
Would you like a cup of coffee or something?
You mind?
Oh, no, I was hoping you would.
All right.
But I'll have to stop by the hotel first. There's still a chance that my plane may get out.
Your plane? Yes, that's right.
Well, let's see if we can find a cab.
Well, Lieutenant, any news?
The desk clerk says the airlines are calling back in a little while. There's still a remote chance of leaving tonight.
I'd better get on home then.
Oh, no, please. We still can have a cup of coffee. There's a bar just across the lobby.
A bar that serves coffee?
Well, let's find out. Come on. Well, we have one thing to be thankful for. The coffee's even blacker than the look the waiter gave us. How do you feel?
All right. How do my eyes look?
Very nice. Well, they're not red anymore.
You know, I'm sorry I broke down like that in church. I've never cried like that before in all my life. And I didn't cry for the reason you may think.
I didn't think anything.
Do you mean Simon Fenimore didn't tell you about me?
No.
Well, I wanted to go to Mass with you because I thought if I did, I might become a part of it. Share something with some of all those people there in church, some feeling or some praying, some forgetting.
Well, you had a good cry, and that's supposed to help.
Yeah. You know, I've been alone as long as I can remember. I was born in Maine. I lived there until I was 16, and then I came to New Orleans. You're sure Simon didn't tell you anything?
Nothing.
Well, my name isn't Jackie Lamont. It's Abigail Manette. I thought it best to change my name after the trial. You see, I'm the wife of Robert Manette. I'm Mrs. Robert Manette.
Oh?
3 years ago, my husband murdered a man named Harry Jordan. He was convicted and sentenced to death. And then they changed it to life imprisonment. He's in the state prison right now.
Look, there's nothing you have to tell me. Really,
I want to talk. Really, I want to tell you. Robert and I had been married only about 6 months. I didn't think it was possible to be as happy as we were. Maybe I mean as I was. They wanted me to divorce Robert after he was convicted. They said it was shameful that I should still love him. As if you could stop loving just because it's shameful to love. That night he killed Jordan. He came home very late. I didn't see him until the next morning. He was still sleeping when I went downstairs to the kitchen, and Robert's mother, we were living with her, she was fixing breakfast. Good morning, Mother.
Good morning, Abigail.
Robert's still asleep. He didn't get home until late.
Yes, he stopped by my room. We talked for a while. Didn't he tell you?
Oh, I brought his suit down. I'm going to press it for him. I'll have it all ready for him when he gets up. Oh, dear.
What is it?
Oh, look, there's a stain on his trousers, and it's his new suit, too.
The coffee's ready. Take some up to Robert. It's time he was awake.
But, Mother, he always likes to have it here with me. He'll be down in a minute. And...
Abigail, take his coffee up to Robert.
All right, Mother.
Robert is up. Robert will have his coffee with his wife and his mother.
Then hurry up, darling.
Good morning, Mrs. Manette.
Good morning.
And good morning to you, Mrs. Manette. May I breakfast in my robe?
Sit down, Robert.
If you look for your trousers...
As I most definitely did.
Well, I was just about to press them.
Thank you, darling. Well, Mother, where is it? The morning paper.
Here. There's nothing in it.
Oh. Just 24 pages of blank paper, huh?
You know what I mean. There's nothing.
Nothing? You're sure?
What's this nothing? Nothing what?
Oh, you should know Mother by now. She says there's nothing. There's nothing. Sit down, sweetheart. You can press the trousers later.
Well, except they'll have to go to the cleaners. There's a big stain, Robert. And, darling, you should be more careful. We're trying to economize, remember?
Mother, what are you doing?
If this suit has to be cleaned, the pockets have to be empty.
You're not to go through my pockets, do you hear?
Robert, this money. Where did you get all this money? Robert.
You know where I got it.
Oh, you promised us you wouldn't gamble. You promised both of us.
Except it wasn't gambling. It was a sure thing. Money in the bank. I was going to tell you, but I'll tell you what. You hold on to the money for me, Abigail. If I keep it, it'll just slip through my fingers. But if you keep it...
No.
Now, look, Mother. I know you mean well. Believe me, I do, but I'm capable of handling my own affairs.
Abigail, you'd better go up and do your room.
No, but...
We can't leave the rooms unmade all day. Please go, Abigail.
Yes, Mother? I was hurt and puzzled and so worried. I said nothing to Robert when he came to kiss me goodbye. Nor did I say anything during the afternoon when I saw Mrs. Manette slip into the backyard carrying Robert's suit. She went to the incinerator and threw it in, and stood there until it was consumed. When Robert didn't come home for dinner, I made up my mind to get at the bottom of this mystery at once. Mother.
Yes, dear.
I've wanted to talk to you all day. I must talk to you. What is it? What's it all about?
What's what all about, Abigail?
Well, this morning. About there being nothing in the paper. Nothing about what? And Robert's trousers. You burned the suit in the incinerator. Why?
I burned his suit? Robert's suit?
Yes.
Oh, now I know what you're talking about. You remember that old blue velvet dress of mine? Well, I just decided I couldn't stand to look at it another minute. Robert's suit.
I could get nothing more out of her. A little while later, we had a visitor, a detective. He asked us to tell Robert to stop by police headquarters. He said it was nothing important. I went to bed, but I couldn't sleep. 1,000 terrible thoughts stabbed through my mind, and then suddenly the bedroom door opened softly. I turned on the lamp.
It's kind of late, isn't it? I'm sorry.
Robert, are you all right? Where have you been?
I'm all right. Why aren't you sleeping?
Well, I've been worried about you, Robert.
I got tied up. I wish people would stop worrying about me. What is it now?
There was a detective here to see you.
What did he want?
He said you should go to police headquarters tomorrow.
Okay, I will. Why?
I don't know. Robert, what are you trying to keep from me?
It's nothing.
But, Robert, please, I want to know.
Please, Abigail, it's nothing.
If there's anything wrong,
Shut
darling...
up! Shut up and let me alone!
He wasn't gone for long this time. When he came back, he was a different person. Oh, he was so gentle and so sweet. So full of remorse and begging for forgiveness.
Darling, how can I tell you how sorry I am? You know I wouldn't want to hurt you for anything in the world.
Oh, I know that.
Please say you'll forgive me, please.
I do, Robert. I do forgive you. Darling, you must tell me the truth. Where did you really get that money? You didn't win at gambling, did you?
No. Darling, you know how silly Mother is about putting her money in a bank.
Yes?
You know about that cash she keeps in her room. Well, I got in a jam last week, and, well, there was just no other way to get out of it. I borrowed some of it.
I see.
Sweetheart, I know I've said it 100 times before, but this time I mean it. Everything's going to be different.
Oh.
Abigail, after all, those people had to be paid.
What people?
Well, you know, those people I owed money to, Jordan and those other bookmakers.
I don't believe you. What about that detective? And what about those trousers?
Mother couldn't get the stain out. I put this suit on and took the others to the cleaners.
Robert, I saw your mother burn those trousers in the incinerator.
Okay. I lied to you. But if anybody asks you, I got those trousers dirty cleaning the car.
But why?
Do you hear me? Cleaning the car. They got dirty and my mother gave them away to a tramp. You stick to that story, Abigail. It's a story my mother's going to tell. And about the money, if anybody asks you, you never saw that money. You never knew I had it. My life may depend upon it.
No.
Abigail, if you ever loved me.
I don't know what you've done, Robert. I can't help myself. I'll always, always love you. Robert was arrested a couple of days later, and then it came out. He'd had an argument with Jordan about that money he owed him. There'd been a fight, and Robert had taken Jordan's gun away from him and killed him with it. And then he took his money. The charge was first-degree murder.
Oh, it must have been awful. Is there anything I can do?
No, not a thing. You're a nice person, Lieutenant.
Lieutenant Mason. Lieutenant Mason.
So that's you, isn't it?
Lieutenant Mason.
Oh, excuse me a second, please. I'm Lieutenant Mason.
About your plane, sir. The desk told me to tell you there'll be no planes out of New Orleans until tomorrow.
Tomorrow? Oh, well, thanks. Thanks very much.
Well, where were we, Lieutenant?
You were saying I was a nice guy.
And you are. And it's late, and it's time for me to say goodbye.
Where are you going?
I don't know. Maybe home. Maybe back to the Maison Lafayette. I'm tired. I'm awful tired.
Look, the bellboy just then. My plane's leaving in 30 minutes, so that leaves a perfectly good room going to waste upstairs. Why don't you use it?
Are you sure your plane's leaving? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say that.
All right. I just thought that, well, you do look tired and something upset you terribly in
I
the
thought I
church.
explained all that in my own vague sort of way.
Yes, you did. Let's skip it then. I'll see if I can get a cab.
Oh, Lieutenant. I'll surprise you. I'll take that room.
Oh, swell. I'll have him send my bags down.
You've been nice. Maybe we'll meet again some stormy Christmas Eve.
I hope so. I'd like to very much.
You're not checking out, Lieutenant?
No, but I won't be back tonight. I've loaned the room to a friend of mine.
But your baggage, sir.
Check it down here, can't you? I'll be back in the morning.
Well, yes, if you wish.
Thanks. You see,
Oh, would you care for the morning paper, sir? They just came in.
I was just looking at that headline. Manette escapes from state prison.
Yes, that Manette fellow. He was in there for life. It was quite a sensational case. Good family, you know. Oh, they'll catch him all right.
Yes. Yes, I guess they will. Well, good night.
Good night, sir. Merry Christmas.
In just a minute, we'll bring you the second act of Christmas Holiday. Right now, I see Libby Collins, our Hollywood reporter. What's new tonight, Libby?
Well, it's news when a famous singing star has a brand new type of role in her latest picture, isn't it, Mr. Keeley?
Well, that must be Deanna Durbin, if I know my movies.
Mm-hmm. The picture is Universal's Lady on a Train, in which Deanna's co-starred with one of our stars of this evening, David Bruce.
It's a mystery thriller, and I understand Deanna does a fine job as an amateur lady sleuth.
And wait till the women in our audience see the clothes she wears. A wardrobe specially created by 3 of Hollywood's most famous designers. Wouldn't that make even the men sit up and take notice, Mr. Kennedy?
Well, Libby, Deanna certainly has the looks and personality to set off a beautiful wardrobe, but it was her close-up shots that gave me the thrill. One of the loveliest complexions in Hollywood. A Lux complexion, Libby.
I was waiting for you to mention the fact that Deanna's a Lux girl. She always uses Lux toilet soap. Says it gives her skin real beauty care.
Of course, Libby. That's the reason 9 out of 10 lovely Hollywood stars use Lux toilet soap regularly.
Active lather facials are so quick and easy that busy women everywhere can depend on them. Here's all you do. Cover your face generously with Lux Soap's creamy lather and work it in thoroughly. Rinse with warm water, then cold, and pat with a soft towel to dry. That's Deanna Durbin's daily complexion care. It really makes skin lovely, as she says.
Recent tests show that. Actually, 3 out of 4 complexions improved in a short time with this gentle daily care. If you haven't tried Lux toilet soap, why not begin tomorrow? See if you aren't delighted with the new smoothness and softness Hollywood's own beauty care gives your skin. We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Act 2 of Christmas Holiday, starring Loretta Young as Abigail, David Bruce as Robert, and William Holden as Jerry. It's early the following morning. Through the fog and rain, Lieutenant Jerry Mason makes his way back to the hotel. In the deserted lobby, still piled on the desk, is a stack of morning newspapers, their headlines blaring out the war news. And in type not much smaller, the escape of a murderer named Robert Manette. In room 1012, a girl who married Robert Manette is about to check out.
Yes?
It's me, Jerry Mason.
Who?
Good morning.
But I thought you said you...
The airline changed their mind. They stayed grounded all night.
You don't lie very well, Lieutenant.
Well, you looked so tired last night and upset, and I got a swell room at the athletic club.
Just wanted to do me a favor, Why?
Oh, I don't know, except that you're a nice girl.
And what do the airlines have to report now?
That it's still raining and the fog is pretty thick. It'll be a while yet.
Oh.
See a newspaper this morning?
No. Why?
Oh, no reason. I just wondered what the weatherman had to say. Think it'll ever stop raining?
They have an answer for that in Maine. It always has, they say.
Yeah.
Tell me, Jerry, what's she like?
What's who like?
Your girl. You left a telegram on the dresser. You shouldn't leave telegrams around if you don't want other people to read them.
Yeah.
So she married another man. Well, I hope she knows what she was doing, but I doubt it. You don't want to talk about it?
Oh, it's something I'll have to take care of myself when I get to San Francisco.
Oh, now look, you don't want to do anything foolish.
Have you had any breakfast?
No.
Any reason why you shouldn't?
Tell me, why are you pacing back and forth like that? What is there about doing that makes a man feel better?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't even realize.
That's what he used to do, Robert. I often wonder about it now. Not much room for pacing in a prison cell. Jerry, what's the matter?
Nothing at all.
I keep talking about him, don't I? I shouldn't.
Oh, I wish you would.
Oh, come on, let's have breakfast. I'll get my hat and
Oh, look. Why not have it up here? I'll phone and have them send it up.
Oh, sure, if you'd rather.
Do you mind?
No, I don't mind, Lieutenant. It'll be fine.
More toast, more coffee, and more eggs. How about it?
Just coffee. I shouldn't, though.
Why not?
Well, look what I did last night over a cup of coffee. Practically told you the story of my life.
Only part of it. That isn't right, not to finish. You said you were from Maine.
Yes.
Was he from there, too?
No. No, I came down here looking for a job. I always wanted to live in New Orleans.
How did you meet him?
At a concert.
Oh?
I had a seat in the gallery. The concert finished, and I was trying to get out, and he was just sitting there, looking at the stage, just as if the orchestra was still playing. I beg your pardon.
Oh, excuse me. Yes, I just didn't realize it was over.
Oh.
It was wonderful, wasn't it?
Yes. Now, if you don't mind,
sometimes when a concert's over, I get the feeling that I've left myself for a long time. Of course, you wouldn't know it, but that's the greatest thing that could happen to me. I'm the most wonderful person in the world to leave. And that's what you'd like to do right now, isn't it? Leave me.
I hardly think I can
Coming
stand...
out, please.
Oh, I'm
Coming
so
out.
sorry.
Look, all I want is to walk to the street with you. There's no harm in that, is there?
Well, no, I guess not.
Would you like my views on music? When I listen to good music, I feel that there's nothing that man is capable of doing that I can't do. Then it stops and it's all over.
Oh, I don't think that. I think music adds something to your life. It wasn't there before. And that it stays with you always.
Yeah, I'd like that. You think you could teach me?
Frankly, no.
Well, look, I'm sorry. I should have told you about me. I just go along talking to everybody I meet that I like. And then after a minute, I say something silly, and that's that. Thanks for the minute.
Goodbye.
You come here often?
No.
Why not? Look, there's an all-Beethoven program next Sunday. If you'd meet me out here in front, I know a fellow who handles the publicity, and he generally gets me a couple of passes. How about it?
Maybe. I don't know.
It's at 2 o'clock. I'll be out in front 10 minutes at 2. If you're there, well, that'll be fine.
I'll see. Goodbye.
Goodbye. And please, I didn't mean to be... Well, never mind. Goodbye.
Yes, Lieutenant, you guessed it. I was there at 10 minutes of 2. After the concert, we went to dinner. The most expensive place in town. That's the way he was. He was always like that.
You keep looking at your wristwatch, Abigail.
Well, that's because I keep thinking of a stack of envelopes at home. I have to have them all addressed by morning.
Why?
So I can get paid. So I can eat.
Well, you've got something there. I told you I worked in a stockbroker's office, didn't I?
Yes.
But I just got fired.
Oh.
I get fired all the time. You don't know much about me, do you?
Well, a little. I'm very observant.
All you really know is that my name is Robert Minette. Now, does that name mean anything?
Well, isn't there a Minette Park down by the river?
Yes. Then a Minette Street, and there used to be a Minette Mansion. My great-great-grandfather was Governor General of Louisiana before there was a United States. For 150 years, there hasn't been anything going on around here that a Minette... Well, it does something to you to get standards set for you and ideals and ambitions that, well, that you just know are too high for you. You're a Minette, so they expect you to set the world on fire. Except I don't have a match. You do understand, don't you?
Yes, I do.
Well, then you're a genius, because I don't. Anyway, now you know why I am the way I am.
Oh, what's the matter with the way you are?
If you think I'm going to tell you, you're wrong. You haven't caught on to a very important thing.
What?
I'm doing my best to get you to like me. Now, which do you like better? The person I pretend to be or the person I am?
Oh, the person you are.
You're making a terrible mistake.
I don't think so.
Well, if you really don't think so, that'd help an awful lot. Come on, let's dance.
I saw a great deal of Robert during the next few weeks. And then he asked me to go home to meet his mother. I knew how important that was to him. And from the little things that he had said, how desperately she loved him. Oh, I wanted so much for her to like me. I suppose it was really pretty funny because all the time there was only one thing that she wanted. And that was to be able to like me, to approve of me. Because I was her last chance to save Robert. I've often wondered what would have happened if she'd told me all she knew about him that first afternoon when we were alone.
More tea, my dear.
No, thank you.
I hope you'll forgive me, Miss Martin, if I seem terribly blunt. We've discussed a lot of things this afternoon, but I know what's on your mind, and I'm sure that you know what's on my mind. Ever since Robert met you, he's been able to talk of nothing else. Do you always have that effect on young men?
Well, I really don't know. You see, Robert's the first young man I've ever known. Well, what I mean is that
I know what you mean. Tell me, are you in love with my son?
Yes.
Well, this may seem a little silly to you, but ours is a very old-fashioned family, and, well, Robert wouldn't think of marrying without my consent. I want you to know that he has it.
He wants to marry me?
Hasn't he told you?
No.
Well, he does, Abigail, with all his heart.
Oh.
And I want him to, with all mine.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Minette.
There's just one thing, dear.
Yes?
There are certain traits in Robert that you may... Oh, they're nothing really evil, believe me. He just sometimes forgets his sense of responsibility. That's why I'm so glad you're the kind of person you are. Between us, we will make him strong. Now go find him, dear. Tell him he can come in now.
Later, when we were alone, Robert said he wanted to take me someplace. It was very important that we go. Cafe, he said. Not a shabby place, just a cafe. He often talked in silly little riddles like that. I just laughed and went with him.
Have a good look, Abigail. This is the den of iniquity I used to spend so much of my time in.
I see. You know, your mother warned me about you, Robert.
Oh, I can tell you much worse things about me than she can. You see, I know more about the subject. Abigail, do you think there's any hope for me?
Well, maybe. Robert, what is this place?
A hangout, gamblers, bookmakers.
Why do they have to make it so uncomfortable for themselves? It's so full of smoke.
Oh, it's a law. Don't ask me why, but it's a law. I came here to look it all in the face and say goodbye. Do you believe me?
Yes, of course I believe you, darling.
Look, up there at the bar, that big fella.
Yeah?
That's Harry Jordan.
Who?
Jordan. He's probably the biggest bookmaker in town. I've seen him lose as much as $30,000 in... I guess I do get a little too excited over something that doesn't mean anything to me anymore.
Well. Mr. Robert Manette, in person.
Oh, hello, Simon.
You know, you haven't been honoring us with your presence lately. Oh, but now that you're back, all is forgiven. Isn't that right, Miss
Martin, Mr. Fenimore.
Oh, how do you do? Yeah, they tell me our friends the bookies are arranging one of those sucker traps at the racetrack tomorrow. You know anything about it?
No.
Oh, the fellow is sure he could clean it up. But that's the trouble with these dirty crooks. You never know when they're on the level with their crookedness. Isn't that right, Miss Martin?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Why don't you ask Robert? I don't think I know anybody who can explain things more clearly to a beautiful girl than Robert.
Why don't you just get along, Simon?
I've got to go to the paper anyway. Got a lot of good stories to write. Fire of mysterious origin. Bad boy meets good girl. Damage estimated at $3,000. I can't tell you what an interesting life a reporter leads.
You're getting way out of line, Simon.
I don't mean anything. See you later. Goodbye, Miss Martin.
I'm sorry, darling.
He isn't really a friend of yours, is he?
No, just a newspaper reporter I happen to know.
Oh.
Abigail, I'm trying to punish myself. I wanted you to see how rotten I've
darling,
been.
You mustn't. It's all right now. It's all past.
You'll believe that. You'll help me.
Darling, I love you.
Let's get out of here.
We were married on Christmas Day. Mrs. Manette wanted us to live with her, and it had never really entered our minds to do otherwise. She was completely happy, and so was I. And then, overnight, everything changed. Robert was arrested for the murder of Harry Jordan. Mrs. Manette still had the money she'd found in Robert's trousers. One morning while she was out, 2 detectives came to the house. When Mrs. Manette returned...
What happened, Abigail? Did they find the money? What happened?
Nothing. They didn't find anything.
Oh, thank goodness. I saw their car here. I kept walking around the block until they left.
They didn't find the money, Mother, because I did.
What do you mean?
Sewed into the lining of the draperies.
I had to hide it, Abigail. Robert must have a good lawyer. Lawyers cost money.
Well, I destroyed the money. I burned it.
Oh, no.
We could never use that money, Mother.
Abigail, I swear to you by all my love for Robert and for you that he did not kill Harry Jordan.
You know and I know, Mother, that he did.
Are you going to turn against him, too? From the day you married him, you closed your eyes to what it was all about, to what he was all about, selfishly, just so you could be happy. He needed your strength, not your love. That's why I let you marry him. And all you gave him back was his own weakness.
But, Mother, I didn't know. There was no way for me to know.
You were blind because you wanted to be. It might have hurt you to know that Robert is what he is.
Oh, no.
If you had been willing to be hurt for his sake, you could have saved him.
I love Robert.
No, it's I who love him. Because I'm willing to know all about him and keep on loving him. But you, I relied on you, and you failed.
The trial was short. Robert had confessed. We walked out of the courtroom together, Mrs. Manette and I. Neither of us could say anything. But outside, on the steps of the courthouse, suddenly she whirled and faced me.
You killed him! You killed him! You killed him!
Well, that was about a year ago, Lieutenant. She left here and went to New York. Housekeeper for some wealthy family.
And what happened? It didn't make you feel different about him? About Robert?
No. No, for a while I'd visit him in prison as often as I could, but then...
Oh, excuse me.
Hello?
We have some good news for you, Lieutenant. All planes are resuming schedule at midnight.
Not until midnight?
I'm afraid not, sir. There'll be a limousine leaving here for the airport at 11:30.
Okay, thanks very much. Well, looks like I'll be on my way tonight. It's funny, it stopped raining and I didn't even notice.
Shows what an interesting talker I am. Well, I'll run along now. It's been nice meeting you, Jerry. It was even nicer of you to listen to me. Good luck.
Thank you. I guess I should say Merry Christmas. Except it isn't, is it?
Oh, sure. And thanks for the use of your room.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Hello?
This is Simon Fenimore, Lieutenant. Say, that girl, Jackie Lamont, do you happen to know where she is?
She was here, but she left about an hour ago. What do you want? Has something to do with those headlines in the paper?
Yeah, maybe. Something like that. There's nothing wrong. There was something I wanted to talk to her about, that's all.
Oh, did she see the papers?
She hadn't when she left here.
Oh. Well, thanks, Lieutenant. Goodbye.
Okay, Simon. What did he say?
I told you he wouldn't know where she was. Now, why don't you get out of here, Manette? My landlady wouldn't like this.
Think of the wonderful story you can write for the newspaper. Escaped murderer hides out in reporter's room. Exclusive.
At least you can put down that gun, Robert.
Tell me again. The woman who runs that joint, what did she say?
Okay. She hasn't seen her since last night when she went to the cathedral with that lieutenant. And what's wrong with that?
What size suit do you wear?
Look, Robert, the cops are looking for you all over town.
And I want to shave, Simon. I want to look pretty when I see my wife again. Clean and pretty. You can understand that, Simon, can't you?
Yeah, I understand. Well, I'll get on downtown. Help yourself to whatever you want.
No, Simon. I'm staying here till it's dark, and you're staying with me. I went to a lot of trouble to see my wife. My wife who gets a job in a place like the Maison Lafette while I'm in prison. I've got things to talk over with her. You can understand that, too, can't you?
What are you going to do?
Just straighten out my family life, that's all. What time does she go to work at that place, the Maison Lafette?
Oh, I guess about 9 o'clock.
That's fine, Simon. And that's where we'll be tonight, you and I. 9 o'clock at the Maison Lafette.
In just a moment, we'll bring you Act 3 of Christmas Holiday. Was there ever a girl in love who didn't sometime or other ask this question?
Come on and tell me, Jim. What was it made you fall in love with me?
And 9 times out of 10, the answer goes something like this.
Gosh, honey, I don't know exactly. Something about you, that's all. You're so sweet.
You see, it's often hard for a man to put into words the way he feels about the girl he loves. But when he says she's sweet, it's pretty sure to mean one thing. It means she has the all-important feminine charm that women call daintiness. Men just know it makes a girl nice to be close to. Here's what a famous screen star, Maria Montez, says.
Without perfect daintiness, no other charm counts.
And she gives you a tip.
It's so easy to make daintiness sure. A daily Lux Soap Beauty Bath does the trick. The creamy, fragrant lather leaves skin really fresh and sweet.
Yes, charming women everywhere have discovered that their complexion soap, Lux Toilet Soap, makes a delightful bath soap, too. They love the luxury of this satin-smooth cake, the delicate clinging fragrance it leaves on the skin. They love the way it lathers, even in hard water. Yet Lux Toilet Soap is thrifty, too. Each cake can be used to the last thin sliver. So, for a real beauty bath, use the soap that's luxurious yet inexpensive. The soap 9 out of 10 screen stars prefer. Hollywood's own beauty soap. Why not get some fragrant white Lux Toilet Soap tomorrow? We return you to Mr. Keeley.
Act 3 of Christmas Holiday, starring Loretta Young as Abigail, William Holden as Jerry, and David Bruce as Robert. It's a few minutes before 9 o'clock at the nightclub called the Maison Lafette. The crowd tonight is unusually large, perhaps because of the holidays, perhaps because the wife of an escaped murderer is billed as the star entertainer. Among the crowd is Jerry Mason. Quickly, he seeks out the proprietor, Valerie DeMoro.
Hello, Mr. Morrow.
Well, good evening, Lieutenant. How are you? I thought you were well on your way to Frisco by now.
Oh, the planes aren't leaving till midnight. Mr. Morrow, she's here, isn't she? Jackie Lamont?
Close the door. Yeah, she's here, Lieutenant. She's getting ready to do a number. You heard about her husband?
Yes. How is she?
Wouldn't you know? She's waiting for him.
I thought if I came out here, maybe I could help. I don't know how quite I could
Well, you
help.
might.
You don't think there's a chance that Manette would risk coming out here, do you?
Well, you never can tell. But just in case, they've got detectives all over the place.
Yeah, I saw one when I got out of the cab.
I hope they catch him soon. You don't really know Jackie, Lieutenant.
I think I do.
I like that crazy kid. I like that one-man look in her eyes. I only wish she were a different kind of guy. When she came here tonight, I told her to go on home, but she wouldn't go. She wants to do a job. But what about you? If your plane's going to leave, what are you doing out here?
Cab's waiting. It'll take me direct to the airport.
Oh, I'll be in Frisco in the morning, huh?
I'm not going. I've changed my mind.
Oh?
No. You see, I've learned 100 years' worth of life in the past 24 hours. I found out that you just don't do things because people have done the same things, the same way. The important thing is being honest with yourself. Whatever you feel, whatever you are. That's why I said I think I know Jackie better than you think I do. Or maybe I mean I know Abigail.
You're all right, Lieutenant. Well, that's her number. I think we'd better get out there, huh? Coming, Lieutenant?
Oh, yes, I'd like to watch it.
The things you plan need a helping hand. I will understand always.
Did they let you away that easy? Don't you even take an encore?
Robert. Oh, Robert, my darling. Oh, here, let me look at you. Let me look
You
at
look
you,
well, Abigail.
Abigail. Oh, no one has called me that.
Oh, that's right. You're Jackie now, aren't you?
Yes.
Jackie Lamont. No, don't turn on the light. I like it this way. It's a nice effect. The moonlight streaming in the window and Simon here squirming against the shadows on the wall. Say hello to Jackie, Simon.
I'm sorry, Jackie.
Robert, we can't stay here. There must be a dozen detectives here looking for you.
I keep telling him that. I keep telling him
I know
to get
they're
out.
here. They're on the dance floor, and they're at the front door, and they're at the back door.
Yes.
Kind of forgot I might not want to come in that way just to please them. Simon and I use the window, and I'll go out the same way.
We'll have to hurry. I can be ready in just a minute. And we'll need some money. Maybe Valerie
Wait a
will
minute.
give us some...
You mean you want to come along with me? Why? Tell me that. Why? I've kind of had the idea the last 2.5 years that you'd gotten used to getting along without me. At least it looked like that, didn't it, Simon?
Robert! I'll get the money.
You're staying right here. What kind of a fool do you think I am? You thought I'd rot in jail, didn't you? And you could do whatever you wanted to. Probably I'd never know. And even if I did, it wouldn't make any difference. There'd be nothing I could do about it anyway. Whatever made you think you could get away with it, Abigail?
Robert, I love you, darling. I love you. I
You
love
know,
you.
the way you say it, I could almost believe it. Say it a little louder. I'd like the press to hear it. Say it for Simon.
There hasn't been a second that I didn't love you.
Sure. Right here at the Maison Lafette.
There's only one reason I've been working here. Only one. When it was all over the trial and everything, I saw that your mother was right. I should have kept you from doing those things you were doing, Robert. I was just as much to blame as anybody. I can still hear them call you guilty. Guilty, guilty. I knew it was meant for me, too, and I wanted to die. But you were in prison, Robert, and you were alive. That's why I had to live like you and to suffer like you. People that I've met here had nothing but contempt for me. And that's what I wanted, was contempt and degradation. And now, darling, now do you know? This is my prison, Robert. But I'm not as strong as you are. I can't break out without you. I need you, darling. I've been holding on to you all this time, Robert, because I love you.
They told me after the trial how my mother stood on the courthouse steps and slapped you across the face. It's time that I give you your reward, too. Anybody that loves as much as you do is entitled to a reward.
Manette, don't. Manette, put down that gun.
You've never loved anybody but me, Abigail, isn't that right? No one else but me.
No.
Of course, people don't understand. They never do. Or there might even be somebody who thinks you didn't love me, that you enjoy your career out here. And maybe that's true. Maybe people are right. Maybe you're what they say you are, a cheap dirt...
Stop it, Robert!
Who's in here? What's going on?
Get away from that light switch. Come in, both of you. Close that door. Now, get over against the wall. Yes, soldier, you too.
Now, don't be a fool, Manette.
You ought to know how easy one of these things can go off, soldier.
If you got any sense at all, you put that gun away.
I promise the police won't try any rough stuff if you do.
Get smart, will you, Manette? Put that gun down.
Wait a minute. What do you mean, you? You promise?
They're closing in. I heard them talking just now. I heard them mention this dressing room.
You killed a man once, Manette, and you didn't get away with it. This time they're going to hang you.
Shut up.
You're not going to kill anybody here, Manette. You're not going to shoot me because you'll have to wait until I turn my back on you. And I'm not going to turn my back on you, see? And you're not going to shoot Jackie because I just now saw a cop come to that window.
Manette, stand where you are.
I came to kill you, Abigail, and that's just what I'm going to do. Step out of the way, soldier.
Drop that gun, Manette.
I'm not even sorry for you, Abigail. I'm not even...
Robert! Robert!
Sergeant, tell the boys they can go in.
Oh, Robert.
I never saw you cry before. Not once.
Oh, Robert. Robert.
You can let go now, Abigail.
No.
You can let go now.
No, darling, no. Robert.
You heard what he said, Abigail. You can let go now.
Oh, take me home. Oh, please, take me home. Well, this is it. This is where I live. Thank you, Jerry.
I was planning to go to the airport in a little while, Abigail. Except I'm not going until I know that you're all right. Until I know what you're going to do. I won't leave until I know.
You know, all of it was like a dream. A beautiful dream at first. And then a nightmare that wouldn't end. It would never end as long as I lived. But tonight it did end. I'm alive.
Abigail.
I'm all right. Really, I'm all right. I'll be going back now, Jerry. Back to Maine, I mean. My grandparents, they live there. I think I'd like to see them.
Do you remember what you said a little while ago? You asked me to take you home. I can't tell you how that made me feel. I'd like to do that, Abigail. I want to do that. Back to Maine. Would you let me?
Oh, Jerry, you're looking ahead, and I know what you're thinking, but it would be a mistake. Really, it would. I know it would.
Oh, you saved me from one mistake. I was going to San Francisco, remember? All I want is to take you back, Abigail. And then maybe, if I ever get another leave sometime, maybe I could come and see you. If you'd like to see me.
If I'd like to... Oh, thanks, Jerry. I think that'd be fine.
Now that we've had our Christmas holiday 3 months ahead of time, I think you'll all agree that every minute of it was a great experience. Thanks to Loretta Young and 2 ex-servicemen we're proud to welcome to this theater, David Bruce and William Holden.
Oh, how about yourself, Bill?
Last time I saw you, you were in uniform, too, and with eagles on your shoulders.
Well, Loretta, with your husband in the service, that makes this performance strictly GI. Right, boys?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Oh, come, fellas, let's demobilize. You can treat the colonel like a human being now. He's just a producer.
Quiet, Loretta. Here in Hollywood, you don't refer to a producer as just a producer. Or as a human being.
Now, seriously, Bill, you must be glad to be making feature pictures with established stars again.
I am, David. But I feel that I've directed some of the biggest stars in the world these last few years.
Biggest stars in the world?
The men of the Army Air Forces. Pilots, gunners, bombardiers, and ground crews. Men who have just completed the greatest performance in history.
Oh, I think we'll all agree with you there, Bill.
I missed meeting you in person in the Air Force, Colonel, but I saw your picture Target for Today, and it was really great.
Were your Air Force pictures strictly for instruction purposes?
That's right. We made pictures covering every detail of our activities. From taking off a bomber to coming out of a dive.
Coming out of a dive, don't you just sneak out the back way?
Tell us, Bill, do you think that motion pictures will be used for education in civilian schools from now on?
I think they can be, and in many cases should be.
Oh?
They did wonders in the service.
I think I could stand to go back to school again and brush up on my 3 Gs.
Don't you mean your 3 R's?
No, 3 Gs. Grable, Garbo, and Garson.
You know, I'd sort of like to brush up on the Old West with Loretta Young.
The Old West with Loretta Young?
Yes, if the professor will give a showing of Along Came Jones.
Oh, you mean her current Gary Cooper picture?
Yes, but I wasn't thinking about Gary Cooper. Just Loretta.
You mean you're falling for that Lux complexion, David?
And he's not alone in that, Bill.
Well, thank you, kind people. And I'm not alone in using Lux soap, either. Most of the people I know depend on it. It's a wonderful complexion care.
And in return for those kind words, Loretta, Lux has a special treat for all of you next Monday night when we take you to colorful Hawaii for Universal sparkling comedy, It's a Date. Our stars are Brian Ahern as the wealthy bachelor trapped by love, Diana Lynn as the young, ambitious actress training for her first big role, and Gail Sundergaard as the mother who finds herself in the center of a mix-up fit to end all mix-ups. Who gets who and who gets what? Well, you'll hear the surprising answer next week.
It's a date for Monday night, Bill. Thanks a million.
Good night, sir.
Good night, and our thanks to all of you. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theater presents Brian Ahern, Diana Lynn, and Gail Sundergaard in It's a Date. This is William Keeley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Every loyal American is interested in speeding our return to normal, overcoming shortages, and supplying Americans both here and overseas with things they need. So remember, we are still critically short of these very essential products, fats and oils. Waste fats are important not only to the manufacture of medicine for our wounded, but equally important in the manufacture of civilian goods. Automobiles, tires, vacuum cleaners and refrigerators, nylon, plastics, paint, soap, and scores of others. Housewives can render a vital service to their country by saving all waste kitchen fats, every drop, no matter how charred or discolored. Keep a tin can handy and deliver waste fats regularly to your butcher. He'll give you 4 cents plus 2 red points for each pound. William Holden appeared tonight through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures, whose current release is Duffy's Tavern. The war is over, but with millions of our men and women overseas, the Hollywood Victory Committee has pledged its continued support to the entertainment program of the USO. To date, almost 4,000 Hollywood performers, stars of screen and radio, have traveled millions of miles to brighten the leisure hours of our fighting forces. With the support of the entire motion picture industry, they'll continue to visit our occupation forces, just as they are currently entertaining wounded servicemen in hospitals and convalescent homes throughout America. This program of the Lux Radio Theater will be broadcast to our men and women overseas through cooperation with the Armed Forces Radio Service. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. This is your announcer, John Milton Kennedy, reminding you to tune in again next Monday night to hear It's a Date with Brian Ahern, Diana Lynn, and Gail Sondergaard. Three little words when you bake and fry mean surefire results. Rely on Spry.
Rely on Spry for light, full-flavored cakes, tender nut-sweet pastry, crisp-coated digestible fried food.
You can say that again.
Rely on Spry.
Pure, all-vegetable shortening at its creamy best. S-P-R-Y.
Be sure to listen in next Monday night to the Lux Radio Theater presentation of It's a Date with Brian Ahern, Diana Lynn, and Gail Sundergaard. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
America's #1 refrigerator is Frigidaire. Yes, any way you look at it, America's #1 refrigerator is Frigidaire. #1 in popularity. For more Frigidaire refrigerators served in more American homes than any other make. #1 in thrilling new advantages, as you can see for yourself at any Frigidaire dealers. And #1 in dependability. For Frigidaire refrigerators are made only by General Motors. And this association of experience with experience, of skill with skill, is your guarantee of lasting satisfaction. So when it comes to a new refrigerator for your home, remember this. The first name you think of is the right one to buy. Frigidaire, America's #1 refrigerator.
Stay tuned to HOJO Radio.
Lux presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, bring you the Lux Radio Theater, starring Robert Mitchum and Lorraine Day in Holiday Affair. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keighley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Well, I hope you all have your Christmas shopping done. There are only 5 more hectic days left, you know, and then your troubles will be over. But just suppose when you walk into the toy department, instead of seeing Santa Claus, you become involved with a tall, handsome stranger. Well, that's only the beginning of tonight's play, Holiday Affair. As the stars of this RKO holiday treat, we have Robert Mitchum, who lends his special talents to recreating his original role. And starring with him is Lorraine Day, who we managed to lure back to Hollywood to give one of her fine performances for us in Holiday Affair. And when you're doing your grocery shopping for the holidays, we hope Lux Toilet Soap will be on your list. Women who value their lovely complexions only know they need purchase and use Lux Toilet Soap once, and it will always be at the top of their list for gentle beauty care. Now, Holiday Affair, starring Robert Mitchum as Steve and Lorraine Day as Connie. It's rather important to any large department store, especially at Christmas time, to know just what's going on at its competitors. A job entrusted to a group of experts known as comparison shoppers. Right now, there's a comparison shopper in the toy department of Crowley and Company.
Could you wait on me, please? I know exactly what I want. I want one of these electric trains.
Well, now let me tell you something about this train. As you can see from this model...
I'll take it, complete with accessories.
I don't have to convince you?
No, thanks.
Well, that'll be $79.50 plus tax.
I have exactly the amount right here. Oh, and I'll take it with me, please.
We'll be glad to send it. It's pretty heavy.
No, if you'll just put it in a box.
All right. If you'll take this sales slip, you can pick the train up at the call desk. Thank you very much.
Oh, can you tell me where there's a phone booth, please?
Oh, phones? Right next to the elevator.
Thank you. Hello, Miss Neely? This is Connie Ennis. Well, I have a report on those 54-gauge nylons. Gimbals and Bloomingdale's have exactly the same shade and price as we do. Crowley's? Well, that's where I am now. I just bought the train, and I was wondering if I could wait until morning to bring it in. It's getting awfully late, and the lady who takes care of my little boy... Oh, thanks a lot, Miss Neely. See you in the morning.
Well, good evening, Mrs. Ennis.
Well, good evening, Mr. Ennis. Oh, darling, it is good to see you.
Mommy, look, I lost another tooth.
Well, I should say you did.
I put it on your dresser. You can save it for me.
He's been a very good boy, Mrs. Ennis.
Oh, hello, Mary.
Dinner's all ready. All you have to do is heat it up.
I don't know what I'd do without you, Mary.
Well, I'll see you tomorrow. Good night, Timmy.
Good night, Mary. Gee, all those packages. Are they for me for Christmas?
Well, one of them might be.
The big one, huh?
No, not the big one, dear. That's for the store business.
Mm.
Now, let me look at you. You know, Mr. Ennis, you're more and more like your daddy every day.
Mom, does it hurt much to die like Daddy did?
No, I don't think so, darling. Well, did Carl telephone?
Mm-hmm. He said he'd be over later.
Well, that's nice. Now, while I add a few elegant touches to our dinner, suppose you run along and wash.
You bet, Mrs. Ennis.
And keep away from my packages.
There's an electric train in this one. I know it. I can hear the tracks.
Timmy!
I can't help, Mommy. I just feel so good.
That package isn't for you, darling.
Oh, sure. I know.
Now, look, honey. Christmas is wonderful, but most of the time, if you wish for real big things, all you're going to get are real big disappointments.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Now, scoot. Oh, did Carl say what time he'd be here?
Just after dinner, I guess.
All right. Hand me a dish towel and put me to work.
Now, here's the kind of man I like, Timmy. He gets here just in time to do the dishes.
Getting all set for Christmas, Timmy?
Yeah, kind of, I guess.
Well, we'll go out tomorrow and pick out a tree, huh?
Can I really help to pick it out?
I wouldn't have it any other way. We might even sneak in a movie if I can leave the office early enough.
Gee, thanks. I think I'll go to bed, Mom. I'm kind of tired.
Well, if you want to, darling. Just don't forget to feed your turtles and brush your teeth.
Do I have to brush where the last one came out?
No, you brush around where the last one came out. Good night, darling.
Good night, Mom. Good night, Carl.
See you tomorrow, Timmy. You know I wear everybody out at the office with the things he says.
I may as well warn you that compliments will get you no place. The dishes.
Okay.
You know we make a pretty good team at the kitchen sink.
Why limit it to the kitchen sink? Marry me and I'll buy you a dishwasher. A cute little Frenchman with a tight skirt. What do you say, Connie?
Could you give me a little more time, Carl?
Well, you've had almost 3 years. You've got to have someone to buy loud neckties for at Christmas.
I sure used to buy Guy some buttes. Oh, how he must have hated wearing them.
Oh, he loved wearing them, just like I would.
Carl, I like you very, very much. You know that, but I don't feel...
Now, look. As a lawyer, I got a lot of divorces for a lot of people, Connie. But I never got a divorce for two people who really liked each other.
But there's Timmy, Carl. Are you sure
Are
that
you trying to talk me out of this?
I promise you won't have to ask me again. If it's yes, I'll ask you.
Does it feel like yes?
Sort of. Well, this isn't getting the dishes done.
You know, I'll never forget the day you hired me. There I was sitting at the employment agency with all the other
Hey, what are you doing still awake?
Just thinking. Is Carl still here?
No, darling, he just left. Carl wants me to marry him, Timmy.
Are you going to?
I might.
Why?
Oh, for a lot of reasons, dear. We could be a real family.
But I like us the way we are. I don't want anything to change.
But we'd be the same, Timmy. Only better. Well, we'll talk about it some other time, Good night, Mr. Ennis.
You too, Mrs. Ennis. But if you marry Carl, you won't be Mrs. Ennis anymore.
No, darling. Not anymore.
Oh, good morning. May I help you?
Oh, hello. Well,
Never mind, let me guess. You came to return the electric train, huh?
It wasn't exactly what I wanted, and
No, I didn't think it would be.
Well, when I got home last night, my little boy said that it was
it was for your little boy.
Anything so strange about that?
What's your little boy's name? Macy's? Sachs? Gimbel's? Lewis and Fisher, maybe?
Now, look, will you please just...
Honey, I tagged you yesterday as a comparison shopper. You didn't ask a single question about the train. You had the exact amount already, tax included. You didn't even want it wrapped.
What are you going to do?
The same as they do over in your store. I press this little button. A store detective rushes up and he takes your picture. We show it to every sales clerk, and that ends your activities in Crowley and Company.
It ends my activities in Fisher and Lewis, too. I get fired.
Well, if you're going to be a spy, you've got to expect the firing squad.
My little boy ends up getting his shoes from the Children's Aid Society, and you're a great big hero.
Yeah, I thought we'd be getting back to little Butch.
His name is Timothy. He's 7 years old, and I support him.
What does your husband do, working his way through college?
My husband's dead. He was killed in the war.
Would you like to hit me over the head with this locomotive?
Well, now what?
Now I write you a refund slip, which I have a feeling I'm going to live to regret.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, name?
Ennis, Connie Ennis. I'm awfully grateful. My job means a great deal to me.
Yeah. Address?
550 East 75th Street.
Now, you can do me a favor. There are 47 other departments in this store. Don't come back to this one, okay?
Okay.
Now then, madam, I believe you're next.
Yes, I'd like to see the union suit you advertise. Ribbed, cotton, fleece-lined, long-sleeved, and I believe it also
Darling, you remember.
What? Oh, it's you.
And now the size, madam. For your husband here? Well, I'd say about 42 or 44.
Oh, no. No, I want the special, the 56.
Yeah, 56.
Oh, yes? Well, this may take me a minute, sir.
Well, still engaged in commercial espionage, I see.
Well, I'm staying out of your department, but what are you doing down here?
I just got fired.
Oh, no. Because of me?
I was supposed to report you, you know. It's a rule. Little floor walkers have big ears.
Well, is there anything I can do?
There certainly is. When I was a working man, I used to eat lunch about now.
I'll buy your lunch. I'll be glad to.
That's roughly what I had in mind, on one condition. I take you to my favorite restaurant, and I order for both of us.
I'm entirely in your hands.
Here we have the 56, madam. It's the only one left, but I found it.
It's exactly what I want. I'll pick it up later.
But, madam, really? Well, I ask you, 56.
So I like 'em loose.
Your favorite restaurant, huh? Central Park. A lot of seals splashing in the water.
And hot dogs and coffee for lunch. Oh, care for dessert? I've got some peanuts.
No, thanks. I'm doing fine.
You see that seal?
Mm-hmm.
Now, there's the happiest guy in New York. And he's never wanted to be vice president of the First National Bank.
Well, do you?
Me? Not me either. I just want to build boats.
Boats?
Yeah. Oh, not the Queen Mary. Little boats, sailboats.
Well, then why aren't you doing it?
Well, for one thing, the war nipped about 5 years out of my life. Then, later, I made the mistake of listening to people. Do something sensible, they said. Sell real estate or washing machines or mousetraps, but cut a few throats and wind up vice president. So I got me a nice, cozy job with a bank. 2 years later, I woke up.
In Crowley's toy department?
Doesn't make sense, does it? Well, it's like this. I've got a good friend out in Oregon. He owns a little boatyard, and I'm buying into it. So now I just take any job I can get. Every time I get $100, I send it to him. It may never make $1 million for me, but it's more fun than digging for oil in Texas or coal in Kentucky or cutting throats in a bank.
Oh, my gosh, the time. If you'd told me that anyone could keep me for 2 hours over a couple of hot dogs...
Where do you have to go?
Wanamaker's house furnishings.
Say, do you always make people talk this much?
No, and I don't always like listening this much.
Do you mind if I tag along to Wanamaker's?
Sure, you can carry all the packages.
Oh, fine.
Look, lady, I wish I could help you, but I'm only the doorman.
But we were coming out of the store just now. He had all my packages. We got separated in those darn revolving doors.
All right, well, how old is the little boy?
He's not a little boy. He's a grown man with about 15 packages. Steve! Steve! Oh, for heaven's sake. Well, what's going on here?
Connie, oh, darn it, we wanted to have the tree all trimmed by the time you come home.
And I picked it out, Mom, by myself.
After a double hot fudge sundae to give him strength.
Well, it's the most beautiful Christmas tree I've ever seen. You're a fine picker-outer, Mr. Ennis.
Say, how come you're home so early?
I never did get back to Lewis and Fisher. Oh, I misplaced some packages at Wanamaker, so there was no point in going back till I found them. Carl, did anyone telephone about them?
Oh, we let Mary go home early. We're taking you out to dinner.
Well, you're a very pleasant man. How about changing your clothes, Timmy?
Yeah, come on. Let's see how fast you can do it.
I know. You just want me to go so you can kiss her.
Now, how would he know about that?
Well, what are you waiting for?
Oh, I feel as lit up as that Christmas tree. Connie, you told Timmy about us. What'd he say?
Well, you know how children are. They don't like changes. But I'm sure he's... Front door. Excuse me. Who is it?
Maybe you'd rather I come down the chimney.
Steve!
Well, where did you go, to a matinee? I looked all over for you. It's the last time I ever pick up a comparison shopper.
Here, let me help you with the packages.
Well, hello.
Oh, Carl, this is Steve.
Mason.
Carl Davis.
Hi. I lost her in the crowd. We were out shopping.
We got separated. We met at Crowley's this morning, and then we went...
She got me fired, and then we started...
That's how we met. And after lunch, he was carrying all those parcels for me, and we got separated in the crowd.
Well, it can happen in the crowd, yes.
But how did you find me?
Well, it wasn't easy. This may come as a big shock to you, but Fisher and Lewis never even heard of you.
Naturally. They never give out information about comparison shoppers.
And then it dawned on me to look in the phone book.
Dear, why don't I get Mr. Mason a drink?
Hey, this fellow's got it upstairs.
I'll get us all one, huh? Sit down, won't you?
Well, it looks as though we might have a white Christmas.
That's right. Never seems like Christmas unless it is white.
That's right. Still, we don't seem to get the big snows we used to.
That's right. Just comes down slush now.
That's right. It's probably got something to do with the atom bomb.
Hey, that's right.
Understand they need rain in California.
That's so. I'm from California.
Is that so?
Never rains.
I was in California once.
That's so.
Rained every day.
Very unusual. That photograph on the table, is that Guy?
Yeah. Yeah, and Tim's a lot like him, Connie says. Tim's her little boy.
Yeah, I know.
Oh?
He never knew his father, did he?
No. No, but Connie talks about Guy all the time. That's wonderful the way she keeps him, well, sort of alive.
Is it? After all, he's not alive.
Huh? Oh, here, let me help you, dear.
Thanks.
Here you are, Mason.
Thank you.
Well, here's to a Merry Christmas.
That's what I always say.
Oh, here's Timmy. Steve, I'd like you to meet the man of the house, Mr. Ennis.
Hi, Tim.
Hi.
He looks exactly like you.
Oh, do you think so? Everyone else says he's the image of his father.
Timmy, I've got to ask you a couple of questions. I'm sorry, but it's a rule for grown-ups.
Like how old I am and what grade I'm in?
That's right. Then when you get older, you'll have the right to be annoying to kids.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, what are you going to get for Christmas?
Clothes, I guess. That's what I always get. Something to wear.
Well, I'll bet you won't be able to wear what I'm getting for you.
A camera.
How'd you know?
Because you asked me if I wanted one a long time ago.
Timmy, I don't think that sounds very nice.
Oh, he didn't mean it that way.
Anyway, he doesn't have to get me anything.
Timmy, just for that, you can go straight to your room.
No.
Tim, now you do what your mother tells you.
I don't want to, and you can't make me.
Timmy.
Oh, now, wait a minute, son.
I'm not your son. You can keep your old camera.
Now, here, you better go to bed.
And keep your hands off me and off my mother, too. Let me go.
Carl, get your hands off my boy.
Connie. Oh, yes. Yes, of course. Good night, Connie.
Carl, wait, I'm sorry.
I'd better go, Connie. Good night.
Go to bed, Timmy, and you don't get any supper. I'm sorry, Steve.
Yeah, so am I. I come to return a few packages, and look what happens.
It didn't have anything to do with you.
Oh? You didn't tell Carl about me.
It wasn't important.
Well, maybe not telling him made it seem important. He certainly went out of his way to take possession of Timmy. That may be why the kid flared up.
No, I don't think so.
Well, I wanted to see the Ennises at home.
And you certainly saw them.
And now I'll say goodbye. I think it'll save us both a lot of trouble.
Now, what does that mean?
It means that I might fall in love with you. Well, it's not impossible. I might even ask you to marry me one day, and you'd say no.
Not that you're not right, but what makes you so sure?
Because you want everything just as it is. The status quo. You and Timmy. No changes.
Well?
Connie, look. He's a wonderful kid. Stop trying to make him over into your husband.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You call him the man of the house, Mr. Ennis. You get upset when somebody doesn't think he looks like his father. Why don't you quit trying to hang on to something you've lost?
I want everything just as it is, do I? I suppose that's why I'm marrying Carl.
Well, if you do marry him, you're going to have a little problem with Tim, aren't you?
No, I'm not. It will take a little time, maybe, but you're not quite as wise as you think you are.
Okay, I'm on my way. You mind if I say goodbye to Tim?
Go ahead if you want to.
Thanks.
Steve,
Hello, Timmy.
I'm sorry I was bad before.
Boy, you can sure kick up a fuss, can't you?
You think Carl's real mad at me?
No. You just tell him you're sorry. I bet he's a pretty nice guy.
Steve, did Mom really get you fired?
Hey, how did you know about that?
I can hear things through the door sometimes.
Especially when you put your ear next to it, huh? Well, it seems I sold your mom a train, and then when she brought it back, I did something I wasn't supposed to do.
You mean an electric train, red and silver, with a whistle?
Oh, you saw it, huh?
Yeah, but don't tell Mom. I peeked. I thought it was for me, but it wasn't. Gee, it sure was a swell train.
Well, maybe next year, huh? You keep wishing real hard till next Christmas.
I've wished for a train till my stomach hurts. Mom took it back anyway.
Well, that shouldn't make a big fellow like you quit. Well, I'll go see if I can't rustle up some supper for you.
Oh, don't worry. When I'm bad, Mom gives me supper anyway. Good night, Steve.
Good night, Timmy. Keep pitching. Merry Christmas, Connie.
Did you have to do that?
You sure scare easy. It was just a goodbye kiss. Good luck, Connie.
In a few moments, we'll continue with Act Two of Holiday Affair. And now, here's Libby Collins, our Hollywood reporter, to bring us the Lux Radio Theater's movie news of the week.
Exciting news tonight, John. Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's picture about one of our greatest Americans will have its world premiere Wednesday night in Hollywood. The Magnificent Yankee is the life story of Chief Justice Holmes, starring Louis Calhern and Anne Harding. And believe me, magnificent describes it. When I saw the preview, I wanted to stand up and cheer.
I know how you felt, Libby. It makes you proud to be an American.
Oh, it's as exciting as the 4th of July. There's one fascinating scene after another to show the high points of Holmes' career in our nation's capital. The sets are really authentic. The Supreme Court chambers, the Capitol building, the inside of the Holmes house. But more than that, it's a warm and tender love story. Justice Holmes was like many great men. He had the devotion of a wonderful wife to inspire him.
I think Anne Harding, as Mrs. Holmes, shares the honors with Louis Calhern, don't you?
Oh, definitely. She does a superb acting job, and she looks the part to perfection with her patrician beauty.
It's good to see Anne Harding back in The Magnificent Yankee.
Yes, indeed. You know, till recently, she's been completely taken up with her stage work. Well, she's as lovely as ever. A true blonde with features like a cameo. Of course, John, she has to give that delicate skin of hers the finest kind of care. Naturally, she always uses Lux toilet soap.
Screen stars can't take chances with million-dollar complexions. No wonder they depend on this beauty soap with active lather.
Yes, because Lux soap's active lather cleanses thoroughly, but very gently, too. It gives skin such quick, new loveliness. All you do is work the rich lather well in, rinse with warm water, follow with a cold rinse, then pat dry with a soft towel. It's a beauty treatment that does wonders for the skin.
Women everywhere find that's true. Daily Lux soap care can make skin softer, smoother, really lovelier. If you haven't tried it, take a tip from Hollywood's most glamorous stars. Next time you shop, get a supply of this fragrant white soap. See if you aren't delighted with the radiant new beauty it will give your skin. Remember, 9 out of 10 screen stars use Lux toilet soap. Now, Mr. William Keeley, our producer.
Act Two of Holiday Affair, starring Robert Mitchum as Steve and Lorraine Day as Connie. It's noon the following day, the day before Christmas. Connie and Carl have met for lunch and, it appears, have patched up their differences.
And once again, Connie, I'm so sorry about last night.
It was all my fault. I don't know why I didn't tell you about meeting Steve.
It wasn't Steve that bothered me, honey. It was that take your hands off my boy.
But you know I didn't mean that.
Timmy's such a swell kid. You know, he even called me up this morning.
Timmy?
Yes. He said he was sorry and that I shouldn't be mad at him and, well, a lot of other nice things.
Oh, I'm so glad. You see, I didn't tell him to call you. It was his own idea. And that means that I can ask you something.
Well?
Will you marry me, Carl? I mean, soon. New Year's Day.
Connie.
Or are you going to play hard to get?
Oh, Connie. Oh, at last. Say, look, we'll pick up Timmy later, and we'll have that dinner out that we didn't have last night, and then when Timmy's fast asleep, you and I'll sit on the sofa and nag.
Is that what married people do?
Well, if they don't, let's set a precedent, huh? Hey, waiter, how about that check?
Merry Christmas! Mommy, where are you? It's Christmas morning.
I'm getting breakfast for you, which you'll probably never eat.
Oh,
Merry Christmas, darling.
Oh, Mom, thank you. You sure did fool me.
I did?
Telling me I wouldn't get anything wonderful for Christmas. It was outside the door when I went to get the milk. Oh, gosh, Mom.
Outside the door?
In here, Mom, in here. I'll show you. A Rocket Express train. And there's a note in the box. You put it in, but you forgot. I can't read very good.
Let me see that note. Timmy, this train whistled at me when I passed by and said it wanted you for Christmas. It's signed Santa.
Santa Claus. Oh, and this is for you. We'll open it up.
Timmy, for me?
It's perfume. Real perfume. It costs more than $1.
Oh, Timmy. Oh, it's just beautiful, darling.
You're surprised, huh?
Am I?
But how did you know I wanted the train so bad? I didn't tell anyone except Mr. Mason.
Mr. Mason? Timmy, about this train. Oh, darling.
And I'm going to take better care of my clothes from now on. And wash more, too.
Timmy, I didn't get you the train.
Well, who did?
Mr. Mason.
Gee, he must be awful rich.
No, dear, he's not.
That train's the nicest thing anybody ever did for me. Except for you, I mean. Gosh, I'll have to thank him.
Well, I may be able to do that for you. I have a few things I'd like to talk to him about.
I'll go with you.
But Mary will be here soon, and then Carl and Grandpa and Grandma.
Mom, we don't have any present for him. For Mr. Mason, I mean.
I'm afraid we don't, dear. And the stores are all closed today.
There's a lot of presents he might like under the tree.
Those are for Carl. Well, we'll talk about it later, Now sit down and eat your cornflakes.
But where are you going?
I think I'd better telephone Carl. Timmy with a spoon, dear. And not so fast.
Connie, well, I'm amazed. What brings you to Central Park on Christmas morning?
Because you weren't at your hotel.
Oh, I don't live there anymore.
So the clerk told me. Then I thought maybe you'd be here.
Have some breakfast? The squirrel and I think this stuff's pretty good.
The squirrel? Oh, yes.
He's an orphan. I'm all he has in this world.
Steve, why did you get that train for Timmy?
Because I wanted to.
Well, it was very sweet of you, but I just can't let you do it. I want to give you back the money. Some of it now, and the rest is...
Sorry, the train is strictly a personal matter between my friend and me.
But, Steve, really... Anyway, it isn't right for Timmy to think he's always going to get everything he asks for.
Well, for a kid that's been sold on no surprises at all, it seemed like a great idea.
Well, he's just crazy about it. And about you, too. Oh, he sent you a present.
No.
He wanted to hand it to you personally,
Really?
but... Really?
Now, how did he know that I like noisy neckties? Oh, this I've got to wear right now. I'll just take this old one off. Hey, Mac.
Yeah?
You want a necktie?
Yeah, sure. Well, what do you know? Christmas is here after all.
And many of them.
Thanks a lot, mister.
Well, now you've made 2 people happy for Christmas and 1 person a little unhappy.
Oh?
Carl. He suspects your motives about the train.
Well, so would I if I were in his shoes.
I'm marrying Carl on New Year's Day.
Good for you. He looks like a nice guy.
Oh, he is. I know Carl. We've been friends for so long, and now everything will be safe and secure. I feel just wonderful about it.
You're great at selling yourself a bill of goods, aren't you?
Look, Steve,
You were married once to a man you were in love with. You ought to know it's impossible to be safe and secure when you're in love. What are you trying to do, crawl into a cave and hide from everything that's going to stir you up?
if I want to, yes.
Well, I don't think you can. Life is going to crawl right in there with you and kick your teeth out.
I'll manage very well, thank you.
You've got to take everything that's coming to you, Connie. All the surprises, good and bad.
I can't afford surprises.
Every surprise isn't a telegram from the War Department.
I should have known it was a mistake to see you again.
Then why did you come here?
I told you why. To pay you back for the train.
You could have mailed it to me. A 3-cent stamp would take care of the whole thing.
Look, Steve, I came because I just...
Hey, mister!
Hi.
Are you the man who gave that man a necktie?
That's right. What's that balloon tied onto your head for?
Oh, my brother tied it on, and now I can't get it off. Well, the man said it was very nice of you to give him a Christmas present, and he said he wants to give you this one.
He did?
Uh-huh. So here. Well, I gotta go now. Hey, Milton, wait for me.
Well, what do you suppose is in here?
Well, nothing like finding out.
And where would he have got it?
Maybe he's an eccentric millionaire. After all, everyone who wears dirty old clothes isn't a hobo. Just like everyone who gives electric trains to strange kids isn't an eccentric millionaire.
Look, just what I needed. Salt and pepper shakers.
Steve, not to change the subject, but why did you move out of the hotel?
Because I found a cheaper place. I'm going to stick around just long enough to earn my train fare to Oregon. So you can stop worrying about me.
I'm not worrying about you.
All right, so Carl can stop worrying.
Look, since I'm not going to see you again, can't you have the decency not to be annoying?
Sure. Goodbye, Connie. Have yourself a nice, quiet life.
Thank you. Goodbye, Steve.
And look at all the things they brought me.
Connie!
Father! Mother, it's so good to see you again.
Oh, Merry Christmas,
Merry
darling.
Christmas.
You look wonderful, honey. And this boy of yours.
Oh, Connie, he's getting to look more like Guy every time I see him.
Did Mr. Mason like his present?
Yes, dear, I think so.
Oh, yes, your young man, Connie. We're looking forward so much to meeting him.
Oh, Timmy's told us all about him. We're very happy for you, Connie.
Now, wait a minute. Timmy's a little mixed up.
Oh, I didn't say who. I just said you were going to get married.
Not Mr. Mason?
No, it's Carl. Carl Davis. You remember?
Carl?
Uh-huh.
Well, I think that's just fine, dear.
He telephoned again.
Carl? What did he say?
He wanted to know where you were. I said you went to Mr. Mason's hotel to see him.
Oh, swell. Then what did he say?
He said he would be right over. You see? I'm coming.
Merry Christmas, Timmy. Aye, darling.
Carl, and look who's here.
Mr. and Mrs. Ennis.
Well, hello, Carl.
Merry Christmas.
Connie just told us the news, Carl. We're so pleased.
Yes, she finally talked me into it.
And look what Mr. Mason bought me.
Oh, yes, the train. So you saw Mason at his hotel?
Well, no. Central Park.
Central Park, dear?
Yes, he eats there with the seals.
Oh? Well, did you give him back the money?
He wouldn't take it.
Well, it's a very expensive present. It does seem odd that he...
Yes, doesn't it?
It's just the kind of fellow he is. It doesn't seem odd at all.
Well, what are you getting so upset about, honey?
Oh, well, Look, I can't explain things better than I have, and I'm not even going to try. If there's anything about it that's bothering you, it can stop bothering you because he's leaving town. He's going to Oregon to build boats.
Going away?
Boats? So why don't we open up our presents and have a nice Christmas?
Because there's somebody at the door.
Oh, I'm closest, dear. I'll see who it is. Oh, Mr. Mason.
No, Johnson Police Department. Police?
Well, what in the world?
I'm looking for a Mrs. Ennis.
Well, I'm Mrs. Ennis.
Yeah, well, which one of you sat on a bench in Central Park this morning?
Well?
You know a man named Steve Mason?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, he's under arrest. He claims you can clear things up for him.
Under arrest?
The lieutenant will tell you all about it.
Get your coat, dear.
I'm going too.
Oh, no, dear. Of course not.
I've got him. He's my friend, isn't he?
Oh, well, all right, but hurry. Hurry.
And you just stand there, Mason, and keep quiet. I'm running things around this police station.
I just wanted to introduce you. Connie, Carl, this is Lieutenant Bolton.
How do you do? Yeah. Anyway, at 9 a.m. in Central Park, a Mr. Marvin Fisher was hit on the head, tied up with a necktie, robbed of $52 and some silver salt and pepper shakers, a present for his aunt in Flushing. A little later, Officer McCreary notices this guy.
Me.
He's loitering, see? He admits he's homeless and unemployed.
That doesn't mean...
Mrs. Ennis, you're interrupting me. He also admits that the necktie belonged to him, and he's got the salt and pepper shakers on his person.
Oh, I see.
I made a joke?
I'm sorry. I just thought it was going to be worse.
Mr. Mason wouldn't hurt anybody.
Thanks, pal.
Lieutenant, I'm a lawyer.
Oh, is that so? Well, if I ever need a lawyer, I'll look you up.
And if I ever need a comical cop, I'll send for you. I'm defending this man, with your permission, Mason.
And with my profound gratitude, but with probably no fee.
Why isn't Marvin Fisher here to identify the suspect?
Because he didn't see who hit him.
Lieutenant, I think I can clear this all up.
Well, if Clarence Darrow here doesn't object...
No, you have no idea how interested I am.
I was with Mr. Mason in the park. He gave his necktie to a man he thought was a hobo. A few minutes later, a little girl on roller skates with a balloon on her head came up with a present for him from the hobo. The salt and pepper shakers.
A little girl with a balloon on her head. Yeah.
Would you mind telling me whether a complaint has been lodged against Mr. Mason?
What's he got to do with this anyway?
He's my lawyer.
And he's my fiancé.
Your fiancé? Then what are you doing in the park with this guy?
Well, I had to see him, and he was in the park. He eats there with the seals. And early this morning, a train arrived, an electric train from my little boy here, from Mr. Mason.
Oh, the guy's broke, no job, but he buys a kid an electric train. Why?
Well, let's just say I felt like giving some kid a present, and I didn't know anybody else in New York.
Is that why you gave the hobo your necktie?
Oh, that. Well, I had just given Mr. Mason a new tie, the one he's wearing now.
Yes, it was under our tree. It was one of the presents she had for Carl.
You don't say.
The romantic relationships of the parties involved are entirely irrelevant.
Oh, I don't know. And why did he try to hide behind a rock when he saw Officer McCreary?
I wasn't hiding. I was,
Well?
Oh, you'll never believe this.
Well, go ahead. Try me.
I was feeding a squirrel. He's an orphan. He kind of depends on me.
Holy jumping reindeer, get this guy out of here.
You mean he's free to go?
I gotta let him go, if he isn't planning to skip town.
Oh, I'm not. I've got a room, 220 Christopher Street.
Oh, now you got a room.
Well, just till I earn railroad fare, I've got a job out in Oregon.
Why don't you touch the counselor for your fare? I bet he'd be glad to get you a ticket just to get rid of you.
Now, look, Lieutenant.
Yeah, you look. This case is dismissed. Go on home.
Thank you.
Yeah, Merry Christmas.
Believe it or not, Steve, it only looked like I was trying to send you to the chair.
You did fine, thanks.
And why don't you let me advance you that train fare?
Much obliged, Carl, but I couldn't think of it.
Why can't Steve come home with us now, Mom? And have dinner with us?
Well, I'm sure he has plans of his own, dear.
But how could he? He said he didn't know anybody but me. And besides, it costs a lot of money to eat in restaurants.
Thanks, Timmy. I'd love to, but I really can't.
But why, Steve?
Well, because I,
Yes?
Okay, I'll come.
And now, if no one has any objections, I'm going to make a little speech.
I ate too much turkey.
Yeah, so did I, but I'm going to make a speech just the same. Well, just a toast, I guess.
All right.
To you, Mother, and to the 35 years you've given to me. Every one of them good. Even the bad ones, because you were with me.
Why, Henry?
Carl, just be as happy with Connie as I've been with Mother. That's all.
No, Mr. Ennis, that's not all. This has been the happiest Christmas of my life. From now on, I'll have a wife and son, and if Connie will let me share them, a mother-in-law and a father-in-law. And you, Steve, well, we all wish you luck in your new job in Oregon, and we're happy that you're not alone this Christmas, but with us.
Yes, indeed.
Now it's your turn, Steve. You gotta say something, too.
No, I passed, Timmy. I'm too full.
But that's not fair. You You have to say something.
Well, you've all been very kind to me. You've taken me in, given me a great dinner, and there's really nothing for me to say except, after we've had dessert, of course, except thank you and goodbye. That's all I was going to say, but, well, you asked for it. Connie, I think Carl's one of the swellest guys I could ever hope to meet.
Well, here.
Right. But I think you ought to marry me.
I think we'd better go in the kitchen, Father.
Oh, yes, the dessert and coffee.
Honestly, Mr. Ennis, I don't think anybody wants that just now. Maybe it's wrong of me to speak this way in front of Timmy, but I don't see how it can do a boy any harm to know that two men love his mother. Maybe it's bad taste to speak in front of Carl, but would it be better if I sneaked around and tried to get Connie behind the kitchen stove? I don't think so. And if you think this is biting the hand that fed me, then look at my problem. I've walked out of Connie's life a couple of times now, and each time something brings me back. Lost packages, a train, a cop, accidents. I'm afraid I can't keep counting on accidents. If I walk out now, I'm sunk. I'll never see her again. The way I figure it, when a man's in love with a girl, he's got a right to ask her to marry him. Any girl. Anybody's girl. What do you say, Connie?
I think you'd better get your hat and coat.
Fair answer to a fair question. And I wish you all a very Merry Christmas.
And that's that.
Yes, dear. And that's that.
In a few moments, we'll bring you Act 3 of Holiday Affair. I chose our guest tonight because we always like to see effort and sustained hard work pay off. Miss Kay Christopher, our charming starlet, is an Illinois girl, a graduate of Northwestern University. Of course, you majored in dramatics, Kay?
Oh, of course, Mr. Keeley. And I had 2 summer sessions at the University of Iowa. You know, they have a very splendid dramatic workshop there.
So, when you came to Hollywood, you weren't exactly a novice.
Well, that's what I thought at the time, but goodness, what an ordeal my first screen part turned out to be. Especially the day the director got so angry when I just couldn't seem to get a scene just right.
Yes, but you've been in many pictures since, so, well, you weren't too discouraged.
Oh, my, no. As a matter of fact, it made me much more determined. Oh, and incidentally, Mr. Keeley, Faith Domergue, who stars in RKO's Vendetta, spent years of study before she even attempted a screen role. Oh, she's a terrific actress, and very beautiful besides.
You know, she seems just right for the intensely dramatic part she plays. A proud young Corsican girl bent on the revenge of her father's murder.
You know, Vendetta fairly seethes with human emotions. And Faith Domergue has that dark, exciting kind of beauty that's just right in the mood of the story. Oh, and how gorgeous she is in those close-ups.
Everyone will agree with you there, Kay. Her dark hair and eyes certainly set off that luxe complexion of hers.
Yes, Mr. Kennedy, Faith is a Lux girl, like most Hollywood stars. And I certainly would neglect my daily Lux soap facial. And for a luxurious beauty bath, of course, the bath-size cake is just wonderful.
Yes, that big bath size makes a hit with women everywhere. The lather is so rich and creamy, even in hardest water. It's active lather, you know, that leaves skin feeling extra soft and smooth.
And that fragrance is so delightful, just like spring flowers.
A really subtle perfume that's a blend of many costly flower fragrances. Thank you, Miss Kay Christopher, for being here tonight. Now, here's a suggestion to all the ladies in our audience. Try Lux Toilet Soap in the generous satin smooth bath size. Depend on it for all over Lux loveliness, as famous screen stars do. Put this luxurious soap on your shopping list tomorrow. It makes a fine gift to slip in a Christmas stocking. Remember, 9 out of 10 screen stars use fragrant white Lux Toilet Soap. We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The curtain rises on Act 3 of Holiday Affair, starring Robert Mitchum as Steve and Lorraine Day as Connie. Well, it's the day after Christmas. Santa Claus has come and gone, and so has Steve Mason. And in Crowley's department store, a small boy with a large box has struggled through the crowds to Mr. Crowley's office.
Mr. Crowley. Oh, I beg your pardon, Mr. Crowley.
Emily, don't you know I'm listening to our radio program?
Yes, Mr. Crowley, but
This is Crowley and Company's meditation hour. 5 minutes more of this and I'll be fast asleep.
I'm sorry, sir, but one of our customers wants to see you.
Nothing doing. I hate customers.
Well, I think you'll want to see this one. He's roughly 7 years old. He seems to be in a lot of trouble.
Well, turn off the radio and send him in, Emily.
Come on in, Timothy. That's Mr. Crowley behind that desk.
Ah, young man. You have something in the box, I see. Possibly some belated Christmas gift for me?
No, sir. It's an electric train.
Oh, is that so? Well, I hope it hasn't proved unsatisfactory.
Well, I got 2 of them for Christmas. So please, can I have my money back?
Well, now, let me see that train. What's this?
It got broken in the elevator, but I didn't do it. Honest.
No dramatics, boys. No dramatics. I hate dramatics. So you got 2 trains for Christmas, huh?
No. I'll tell you the truth.
Oh?
I only got this one train for Christmas. Steve got it for me. He's my friend. And he's real poor and he hasn't got a job. And he shouldn't have spent his money, and I want to give it back to him.
No tears, boy. It gets me all squishy, you know.
Yes, sir.
Just tell me this tale of woe from the beginning, huh?
Well, I guess it all started with my mother. Her name is Mrs. Ennis, and she worked for Fisher and Lewis. She's a comparison shopper.
Whoops.
Anyway, she came here to your store.
Connie, darling, please get hold of yourself. We've done everything we can.
But Carl, Timmy's been gone for hours now. Oh, where could he be? What could have happened to him?
Now, honey, you just can't go to pieces like this. The police have a full description of him. Why, he's probably
What about the hospitals? What if there's been an accident?
But there's been no report of an accident. Oh, Connie, now look, darling, it won't do any good just standing here and staring out of the window. Look, I'll go out again. Now, you can either come with me or better yet...
Carl, look. Down there on the street.
Oh, that's Timmy.
Getting out of that car.
But who's that man? And look, a chauffeur.
Timmy!
Mom, I'm back.
Timmy. Oh, darling, are you all right?
Well, sure.
Where have you been all afternoon?
And who was the man in that car?
Mr. Crowley, he's nice. He said he wish he had a boy just like me instead of just his mother-in-law.
Mr. Crowley? You mean Mr. Crowley from Crowley's department store?
Yeah.
But that's miles from here, way downtown.
I know. I almost got run over and killed twice.
Oh, Timmy.
Oh, it's okay. I didn't.
But why did you go to Crowley's?
I took my train back.
Oh, but why, honey? You loved it so. Oh, my poor baby.
It cost too much. Steve hasn't got a job, and Mr. Crowley gave me the money back. Will you give the money to Steve, Mom? Please, Mom, he needs it.
Well, we don't know where he lives, Jimmy.
220 Christopher Street. Remember? He said so in the police station.
And tell him I didn't take the train back because I didn't like it.
We'll tell him, sweetheart. Oh, Carl, all of a sudden, I've got a big grown-up boy.
Well, this is it, honey. 220 Christopher Street.
Carl, you give him the money. I think I'd better wait out here.
You do? Connie, let's have a talk for a minute, huh? In the case of Connie Ennis versus Carl Davis, I'd like to offer certain facts and evidence.
I don't understand.
The party of the first part, Connie Ennis, although loved by the party of the second part for 3 long years, successfully did avoid the idea of marriage between them. However, upon the entrance of a stranger into her life, said Connie Ennis did immediately and suddenly consent to this marriage.
But there's no possible connection between...
Since meeting the stranger, Connie Ennis, normally calm and frank, becomes nervous and evasive.
Carla, I don't think I like you.
And upon a proposal of marriage from the stranger, a thing rarely insulting to women, she becomes outraged and orders him from her home.
Well, for your sake, I couldn't...
Nevertheless, having heard his address but once, she remembers it. Yet she's fearful of seeing him again.
I don't know why you're saying these things.
It's my business to recognize facts, Connie. I'm a lawyer.
And in 6 days, I'll be a lawyer's wife.
Will you? You know, I have a sneaking suspicion I ought to see if somewhere there isn't a girl who might be in love with me. Even a dumb, frowsy blonde who slops up the house and feeds me on canned beans.
Carl.
Now, go on in and give him the money. I'll wait 5 minutes. And if you don't find more interesting company, well, then we still have a date for dinner.
You're a wonderful person, Carl.
Yeah. Compliments will get you no place.
Come on in. Oh, it's you. Well, sit down. I'm just putting a pot of coffee on the burner.
Thank you, but I'm...
Oh, wait, I'll close the door.
The landlady said to keep the door open.
Let's worry her, huh?
I have $79.50, plus tax that belongs to you.
You know, I'm going to get sore if people don't quit chasing me around trying to give me money.
Well, this is from Timmy. He took the train back to Crowley's, all by himself.
But why would he do that? I thought he was crazy about it.
Oh, he was. But he wants you to have the money.
What a kid. Everything else all right?
Well, everything else is fine.
Well, then it looks like a happy new year all around, huh?
Mm-hmm.
I can shake myself loose from this penthouse, grab the first cheap train to Oregon, and you and Carl will be getting set for your honeymoon.
Carl and I are not getting married.
Oh? Well, I guess that's my cue to propose again. But I'm not going to.
Nobody asked you to.
Wouldn't you like to know why?
Not particularly.
Well, I'll tell you anyway. Carl isn't the real threat to me, Connie. Maybe I'm not to him either. This isn't two fellows and a girl, you know. This is two fellows, a girl, and her husband. I can't fight a shadow. I tried. The competition's too tough. You were even going to play it safe and settle for someone you didn't love so you wouldn't be unfaithful to your husband.
Oh, you're always so wrong about me. I have a wonderful memory of a husband and a marriage. You're trying to take it away from me.
Nobody wants to do that. I don't, and I'm sure Carl doesn't. All anybody wants is for you to live in the present and not be afraid of the future. To quit pretending that something that's dead is still alive.
All right, if it'll make you any happier. I want everything just the way it is. Mrs. Status Quo. Just Timmy and I, no changes.
And all I want is a girl who'll drop everything and run to me, no matter what the score is.
Well, maybe you'll find her, Steve. Goodbye.
Here we go again. Always saying goodbye. I hope you'll find what you're looking for, Connie. Yes, and maybe something you're not looking for. Good luck.
Well, I'm back, Carl.
Well, what happened?
It seems everybody wants a frowsy blonde this year. Guess I'm just not the type.
Didn't you even put up a fight?
Oh, Carl, please take me home.
Sure. Sure, honey, I'll take you home.
And in a few more hours, it'll be a brand new Year, huh, Mom?
That's right, darling. But if we don't stop talking, I'm going to be late for my party.
Mom, what did that telegram say before?
Oh, just Happy New Year, dear.
From Grandpa and Grandma?
Well, no, it was from Steve. Now, where's my lipstick?
Here, I guess I had it. I was drawing some pictures.
Oh, fine.
Is that all the telegram said?
It said that he'll be wishing us a Happy New Year tonight on the train. He's finally going to Oregon. Now, go to bed when Mary tells you, dear.
Where's the party, Mom? Russ and Harriet's?
Mm-hmm.
Going alone, huh? You don't have any fella anymore, huh?
Well, I've got you, haven't I? You're my fella.
Oh, sure, but heck, I'll be running out and getting married pretty soon.
Well, not tomorrow, anyway.
But when I do, you'll be all alone. I mean, what if I move away?
Well, where do you have in mind? Cairo or Baghdad?
Oh, there's lots of places. Oregon, for instance. Of course, I'd write you a lot, but what I mean is...
I know exactly what you mean. Boy, when you start growing up, you don't waste any time, do you?
What are you thinking about, Mom?
Well, since your plans are all made, maybe I ought to be thinking about my future. Come on, young man. You and I have things to do.
Huh? But I don't get it.
Well, I'll tell you all about it later. On our way to the station.
The railroad station? But I still don't get it.
Is there a Mr. Mason in this car? Mr. Mason, please. Steve Mason.
Oh, yes, conductor?
I have a note for you.
For me? Oh, thanks. We hope you like surprises, too, Connie and Timmy.
Car 269, Mr. Mason. Section D.
Thank you.
Steve. Well, I dropped everything, darling. I ran.
Gee, Steve, a real train's even better than an electric train.
Connie and Timmy. Well, what do you know? Look out the window, Timmy. You may see something interesting.
Huh? Oh, yeah. Can I turn around now? Are you through kissing? Uh-oh.
The curtain falls on Holiday Affair, and all our thanks to our stars for making this such a happy occasion. Robert Mitchum and Lorraine Day. Well, Bob, I suppose you're all set to play Santa to your two boys.
I sure am, Bill. But they're growing up awfully fast, you know. Jim's 9 and Chris is 7. They're regular giants.
Giants? Did you say giants? You're speaking of the men I love.
Lorraine, you literally live for the New York Giants, don't you?
Yes, Bill, from spring training through the baseball season.
But that goes from March clear through September. You ought to play on the team.
Just a minute, Bob. Our season goes through October. Next year, the Giants will be playing in the World Series.
My, such faith. You know, I bet she believes in Santa Claus.
I'll bet she does, too.
I certainly do. I have the New York Giants and Leo DeRocher. And what do you have?
Well, you can have Leo. I have Jane Russell in our new RKO picture, His Kind of Woman.
Well, to each his own. How about your children, Lorraine? I suspect they're Giant fans.
Well, my boy Chris certainly is. He has a miniature Giant suit and Leo DeRocher's number on the back of it.
Oh, how about your little girl, Michelle?
Oh, she's a Lux toilet soap fan, just like her mother. I tell her that if she uses it faithfully, she might be a starlet someday.
I'll bet on that. You know, the only thing that impressed my kids is that I was in a Hopalong Cassidy picture once. Now they want him for Christmas.
Well, I know they're all set to get wonderful presents. And we have one for them, too. Because next week, on Christmas night, we're presenting a storybook classic that grown-ups love as much as their children do. The wonderful tale that Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer turned into an enchanting musical, The Wizard of Oz. And as our star, playing her original role, the one and only Judy Garland. I'm sure you'll agree it's a wonderful Christmas present.
Yes, Bill, everyone will certainly love that. Good night.
Good night, Bill.
Good night and Merry Christmas.
Santa Claus is on his way, and here's a wonderful new idea for helping him trim your Christmas tree. Make a snow-like frosting with Lux Flakes. Your tree, your table decorations, too, will look as if they're covered with freshly fallen snow. It's easy to make, and even the children can put it on. Wonderfully inexpensive, too. Frost your tree before you put on lights and other trimmings. Christmas snow dries in a few hours, lasts as long as the tree. To make it, here's all you do. Just add 2 cups of lukewarm water to a box of Lux Flakes, whipped to a creamy consistency. Spread handfuls along the branches of your tree with your fingers. Buy an extra box of Lux Flakes tomorrow to trim your tree. Your dealer has complete printed directions for making Christmas snow with Lux Flakes.
Tonight is the beginning of Christmas week, a joyful time for renewing old friendships, strengthening family ties, and the American freedom to worship in your church. Our wish is not only for our America, but for the world, that soon the age-old promise will be fulfilled: peace on earth, goodwill toward men. On behalf of Lieber Brothers Company and all of us here in the Lux Radio Theater, may I wish all of you a joyous Christmas. Lieber Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theater presents Judy Garland in The Wizard of Oz. This is William Keighley bidding you good night.
Heard in our cast tonight were Gordon Giebert as Timmy and Wally Mayer as Carl. Our play was adapted by S.H. Barnett, and our music was directed by Rudy Schrager. This is your announcer, John Milton Kennedy, reminding you to join us again next Monday night to hear The Wizard of Oz, starring Judy Garland. Stay tuned for My Friend Irma, which follows over these same stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Oh, this miserable cold. And my sinuses.
Haven't you heard about Dristan? Dristan decongestant tablets for real relief from cold's misery and sinus congestion. Dristan is the revolutionary 3-layer tablet which for the first time makes it possible to unite certain medically proven ingredients into one fast-acting uncoated tablet. Dristan not only helps drain all 8 sinus cavities, critical areas of cold's infection, but circulating through the blood, Dristan's decongestant reaches all congested areas, shrinks all swollen membranes, relieves pressure and pain. An exclusive anti-allergent helps keep breathing passages dry and clear. Pain relievers reduce body aches, fever. Vitamin C helps build body resistance. This is Dristan. Today, Dristan is widely imitated, but the exclusive Dristan formula cannot be duplicated. There's nothing like Dristan decongestant tablets.
Keep it tuned right here to HOJO Radio for more classic old-time radio.
Greetings from Washington, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, I wish I could be with you in person, but we've been busy all this past week filming scenes here at the FBI headquarters. Meanwhile, I know you're in capable hands with the cast of tonight's great screenplay, Miracle on 34th Street, from my home studio, 20th Century Fox. We're particularly gratified to have the original stars of the picture, Maureen O'Hara, John Payne, Edmund Gwenn, and Natalie Wood. Miracle on 34th Street takes up a question as old as the spirit of Christmas itself. Is there a Santa Claus? And answers that question very happily. This Christmas week, when most of us think of Lux Flakes as a friendly gift, I'm in the position of thanking Lux Flakes for a friendly gift. The opportunity to be with you at this Christmas presentation through the magic medium of radio. But I imagine many of you housewives feel grateful also, if for different reasons. Lux Flakes, I'm sure, hold out to you the gift of greater leisure, longer life for your precious fabrics, added sparkle to your silverware and dishes. And here's another present to you from Lux, as our curtain rises on Act 1 of Miracle on 34th Street. Starring Maureen O'Hara as Doris Walker, John Payne as Fred Gailey, Edmund Gwenn as Chris Kingle, and Natalie Wood as Susan Walker.
It's Thanksgiving Day in New York City. On Fifth Avenue, adjoining Central Park, an annual event is being joyfully awaited. The spectacular parade presented by Macy's Department Store to herald in the Christmas season. A little away from the crowd are 2 of Macy's public relations experts.
He's simply wonderful, Mrs. Walker. Just look at him on that float. The most realistic Santa Claus we've ever had. Why, he didn't even need any padding, did he?
Padding?
Well, didn't you notice his tummy? So round, so firm, so fully packed. Well, now that everything's under control, where on earth did you find him?
I don't know. I just turned around and there he was.
And to think that the man whose place he took was intoxicated.
With a breath that would knock over a reindeer.
Oh, what if Mr. Macy had seen him?
What if Mr. Gimble had seen him? Competition between our stores is tough enough as it is.
Well, the parade's starting. Let's stand at the curb.
Not I, Mr. Shellhammer. I'm going home and relax. Anyway, I can see it from there. I live just around the corner.
Oh, so you do. Well, see you tomorrow, Mrs. Walker. And congratulations on finding the best Santa Claus in Macy's history.
Certainly is a wonderful parade, Susan. Just look at that clown. Gosh, what a giant.
Giant, Mr. Gailey? There are no such things as giants.
Well, not now, maybe, but in olden days there's...
Really, Mr. Gailey? And you a lawyer?
Well, what about the giant that Jack killed? You know, Jack and the Beanstalk?
Everybody knows that's a fairy tale. And I agree with my mother. Fairy tales are silly.
Oh. Come in.
Good afternoon. I'm Susan's mother. My maid said...
Hello, Mother. I'm watching the parade. Mr. Gailey invited me.
Hello, darling.
Susie's told me quite a lot about you, Mrs. Walker.
She's told me quite a lot about you, too, the man in the front department.
This is all part of a plot, Mrs. Walker. I'm very fond of Susie, but I also wanted to meet you.
At least you're frank. Don't even mention the name.
Why not, Mother?
That Santa Claus you see is a last-minute substitute.
But why?
Well, remember the way the janitor was last New Year's?
Oh, my. Tight as an owl.
I see Susie doesn't believe in Santa Claus either.
That's right. She never has.
Well, that's the end of the parade. Mother, I've been thinking. It's Thanksgiving, and there are only two of us. Couldn't we invite Mr. Gailey?
Well,
Oh, please don't bother. I'll just have a sandwich or something.
But we have such a big turkey. Please, Mother, please.
Well,
Did I ask all right, Mr. Gailey?
Susie, shh.
You asked fine, Susan. Dinner's at 3, Mr. Gailey.
Hello, Mrs. Walker?
Yes, Mr. Shellhammer?
Your maid said you were at Thanksgiving dinner, but I just had to tell you, your Santa Claus was stupendous.
Well, thank you.
Mr. Macy himself wants him to be our toy department Santa Claus.
Fine. Can you hire him?
Well, I already have. Oh, he's a born salesman. I just feel it.
Good. We'll talk about it in the morning. Thanks for calling, Mr. Shellhammer.
Here he is, Mr. Shellhammer. Here's Santa Claus.
Thank you, Alfred. Thank you. Good morning, Santa Claus.
Good morning.
Now, before you go to the toy department, here's a list of toys that we have to push. You know, things we're overstocked on. Now, you'll find that a great many children will be undecided as to what they want for Christmas. Now, when that happens, you immediately suggest one of these items. You understand?
I certainly do.
Fine. Now, take the list, and Alfred here will show you to your throne in the toy department. And don't forget, you're working for Macy.
Are you really Santa Claus?
Why, of course I am. And what do you want for Christmas, little boy?
I want a fire engine with a real hose that squirts real wet water, and I won't do it in the house. I'll only do it in the backyard. I promise.
And I promise you'll get your fire engine.
You see, Mama? I told you he'd get me one.
That's fine. That's just dandy. You wait here, Mortimer. Mama wants to thank Santa Claus, too.
Yes, madam?
Say, what's the matter with you?
Now. What's the trouble?
I told you before, didn't I? The kid wants a fire engine, but there isn't one to be had anywhere in town. Macy's ain't got any. Gimbel's ain't got any. Nobody's got any. My feet are killing me, and you say, okay, he gets the fire engine.
But you can get those fire engines at Schoenfeld's on Lexington Avenue. Only $4.50. Wonderful bargain.
Schoenfeld? Hey, I don't get it.
Oh, I follow the toy market very closely.
Macy's sending people to other stores? Are you kidding?
Well, the one important thing is to make the children happy, isn't it? Whether Macy's or somebody else sells the toy doesn't matter. Don't you feel that way?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, sure. Only I didn't know Macy's did. I don't get it. I just don't get it.
Who's next, please? Right this way to see Santa Claus. All right, little girl. You're next.
Well, of course, little girl. You want some roller skates? Well, you shall have them, too.
Oh, Mama, he's going to bring me some roller skates.
Yes, and he had some fine skates here at Macy's, haven't you, Santa Claus?
Oh, they're good skates, all right, but not quite good enough. Now, I left some really wonderful roller skates at Gimbel's. I'm sure Gimbel's have just what this good little girl wants.
Mr. Shellhammer. Are you Mr. Shellhammer?
Gimbel's. Gimbel's? That's just what he did say. Gimbel's!
The sales lady said I should speak to you.
Gimbel's!
I just wanted to congratulate you and Macy's on this wonderful new stunt you're pulling. Imagine a big outfit like Macy's putting the spirit of Christmas ahead of the commercial. Well, from now on, I'm going to be a regular Macy customer. All right, Mortimer, we're going.
Gimbel's!
There's the toy department over there, Mr. Gailey.
You certainly know all about Macy's store, don't you, Susie?
Well, that's because my mother works here. But I still think it's silly, bringing me here to see Santa Claus.
Well, I just felt that if you talked to him, maybe...
Okay, Mr. Gailey. I'm certainly willing to try.
Well, what a fine young lady. And what's your name, little girl?
Susan Walker. What's yours?
Mine? Kris Kringle. I'm Santa Claus. You don't believe that, eh?
No. You see, my mother is Mrs. Walker.
Oh.
But I must say you're the best-looking Santa Claus I've ever seen.
Really?
Your beard, for instance. It doesn't have one of those things that goes over your ears.
Well, that's because it's real. Just like I'm really Santa Claus. Go ahead. Pull it.
Well, my goodness. It is real.
Yes. Now, what would you like me to bring you for Christmas?
Nothing, thank you. Whatever I want, my mother will get for me. If it's sensible and doesn't cost too much, of course.
That's quite right, Susan.
Oh, hello, Mother.
Hello, Mr. Gailey.
How are you? The explanation for this is all very simple. Your maid's mother sprained her ankle. She had to go home. She asked me to bring Susie down to you. And as long as we were here, I figured we might as well say hello to Santa Claus.
He has real whiskers, Mother.
Susan, would you mind standing over there a minute?
If you want me to.
I shouldn't have brought Susan to see Santa, is that it?
Oh, now you're making me feel completely heartless.
I'm sorry.
Don't you see, I tell Susan that Santa Claus is a myth, and you show her a very convincing old man with real whiskers. Whom is she to believe?
Yeah, that's right, isn't it?
When Susan was a baby, her father and I were divorced. Ever since then, I've protected my child by teaching her realities. If you don't believe in fairy tales and fantasy, you can never be hurt or disillusioned.
We were talking about Susie, Mrs. Walker.
And I must ask you to let me raise her as I see fit. All right, dear, we'll run along to my office now.
Alfred said you wanted to see me, Mrs. Walker.
Oh, yes. I'd be grateful if you'd please tell Susan that you're not really Santa Claus, that there actually is no such person.
But Mrs. Walker, not only is there such a person, but here I am to prove it.
No, you must understand. I want you to tell her the truth. Now, what's your real name?
Kris Kringle, and I always tell the truth. Susan, I'll bet you're in the first grade.
Second grade.
I mean your real name.
That is my real name. My goodness, the second grade?
Very well. I have your employment card right here. I'll look it up on that.
That's a very cute dress, Susan.
It's from Macy's. We get 10% off.
Oh.
So, you always tell the truth, do you? Look at your employment card.
Name, Kris Kringle. Address, Brooks Memorial Home, Great Neck, Long Island. You may call the home if you care to confirm that, Mrs. Walker. It's a home for elderly gentlemen.
Would you also like me to confirm this?
What's that?
Date of birth. As old as my tongue and a little bit older than my teeth. Place of birth, North Pole. Now, really.
Why, I believe you doubt me, Mrs. Walker.
And this tops everything. Next of kin.
Oh, that.
Dasher, Dancer, Prancer, and Vixen. I'm sorry to have to do this, Mr.
Kringle?
But the Santa Claus that we had 2 years ago is back in town, and I feel that we owe it to him to...
What, have I done something wrong?
No. It's just that we feel... Oh, excuse me. Hello?
This is Mr. Shellhammer, Mrs. Walker. Drop whatever you're doing. Mr. Macy wants to see us immediately.
Oh, I'll be right up. I'm afraid I'll have to be very abrupt with you. I have to see Mr. Macy. You'll be paid for the full week, Mr. Kringle, and I'll send your check to that address.
Come right in, Mrs. Walker, Mr. Shellhammer.
Thank you, Mr. Macy.
Now, about this new policy you two initiated.
Oh.
Macy's Santa Claus sending customers to Gimbals.
I can explain everything, Mr.
You don't
Macy.
have to explain a thing. Just look at my desk. 42 telegrams and over 500 phone calls. Grateful parents expressing undying gratitude to Macy's department store.
Well, you don't say.
From now on, not only will our Santa Claus continue in this manner, but every salesperson in the entire store.
You mean if we haven't got what the customer asks for, we're
to send him where he can get it. No high pressuring, no forcing a customer to take something he doesn't really want.
I think that's wonderful, Mr. Macy.
We'll be known as the helpful store, the friendly store, the store that places public service ahead of profits. And consequently, we'll make more profits than ever. As for you, Mrs. Walker and Mr. Shellhammer, you'll find a more practical expression of my gratitude in your Christmas envelopes.
Oh, thank you.
And tell that wonderful Santa Claus I won't forget him either. Matter of fact, I'll tell him myself in the morning.
Yes, indeed, Mr. Macy.
Good night. Good night.
Good night, Mr. Macy.
And thank you again, sir. Imagine a bonus.
Yes.
Well, what's the matter with you?
Mr. Shellhammer, I just fired him.
Who?
Santa Claus.
Oh, no. No, you couldn't have.
But I did. He's crazy, Mr. Shellhammer. He really thinks he is Santa Claus.
I don't care if he thinks he's the Easter Bunny. Find him. Oh, no, no, no.
In a moment, we'll continue with Miracle on 34th Street. Say, Libby, I understand you were at that wonderful party RKO gave last month for the company of Tycoon after they finished the picture.
Yes, indeed. And I met so many interesting people. Lorraine Day introduced me to John Wayne, who co-starred with her in the picture. He was telling me what marvelous Technicolor shots they got on location in the Sierras.
Anybody else I know there?
Well, Rosalind Russell made quite a stir when she dropped in with RKO's two British stars, Michael Redgrave and Leo Genn.
Rosalind looking, as usual, like one of the 10 best-dressed women in America?
Well, like the best-dressed belle of 1865 this time. Because the three of them came right from the set of Morning Becomes Electra. Rosalind was still wearing her hoop skirts and poke bonnet.
She has a very exacting role in that picture.
In more ways than one. Her stockings took more punishment than any other part of her costume. Because the sound stage for the mansion set has real sod on it that was watered several times a day. Rosalind changed her shoes and stockings constantly because of the dampness, so her maid had 5 or 6 pairs to Lux every night.
You did say Lux.
Well, naturally. Stars as well as the Hollywood studios know how important Lux Flakes are in making stockings last longer.
We do know that's true from those famous strain tests made by an impartial laboratory. When they washed stockings with a strong soap or rubbed them with cake soap, pop went runs in a surprisingly short time. But the very same kinds of stockings, washed with Lux Flakes, lasted twice as long. That was true of nylon, silk, rayon, and cotton alike.
That's a good tip for girls who get some of the new smoky-toned nylons for Christmas. They can make them last much longer, keep the colors lovely longer, if they Lux them regularly.
Lux helps stockings last twice as long. So, with gentle Lux care, you can get the wear of an extra pair from every pair of stockings. We continue with Act 2 of Miracle on 34th Street, starring Maureen O'Hara as Doris Walker, John Payne as Fred Gailey, Edmund Gwen as Kris Kringle, and Natalie Wood as Susan. It was a frantic few hours that Doris spent last night rushing out to the Brooks Memorial Home in Long Island and assuring Kris Kringle that Macy's wanted him back as Santa Claus. So Kris is again presiding over the crowded toy department. While in her office, Doris and Mr. Shellhammer...
Don't you understand, Mr. Shellhammer? That old man with the nice white whiskers insists that he is Santa Claus. He's out of his mind. What if he should have a fit or something? Oh, no, I've got to tell Mr. Macy.
But maybe he's only a little crazy. Anyway, you can't be sure till he's examined. We'll send him to Mr. Sawyer.
Sawyer?
In personnel. He's paid to examine employees, isn't he? Now, by the way, what do you think of this?
What is it?
A full-page ad Macy's is running in tomorrow's newspapers.
Macy's is running it. But it's all about the other stores, Gimbals and Saks.
I know. Mr. Macy's idea to help our customers find what they want. Revolting, isn't it?
That Santa Claus certainly has started something. Oh, well, I'll get hold of him in his lunch hour and I'll send him up to Mr. Sawyer.
Changed my clothes, Mr. Sawyer, and came right up.
Oh, then that's your own beard, huh?
Oh, yes.
Interesting complex in back of that. Why do you carry a cane?
Always carry a cane, Mr. Sawyer. Well, that is when I wear street clothes. I carved this cane out of a runner from one of my old sleighs.
What's that?
What's that? With a fine, solid silver top.
Who was the first president of the United States?
Oh, give me a difficult one. Like who was vice president under John Quincy Adams?
I'm conducting this examination.
The answer is Daniel D. Tompkins. You're a rather nervous man, aren't you? Do you get enough sleep?
My personal habits are no concern of yours. Now, what hand am I holding up?
Right hand?
How many fingers do you see?
3? Oh, dear, dear, dear. And you bite your nails, too.
Oh. Stand up now. Feet together, arms extended.
Muscular coordination test. I've taken dozens of these tests. Mr. Sawyer, are you happy at home?
That will be all, Mr. Kringle. The examination's over.
Thank you.
And it may interest you to know that I've been happily married, very happily, for 22 years. Very happily married.
Delighted to hear it. Bye, Mr. Sawyer. Bye.
Miss Prawn!
Yes, sir.
Get Mrs. Walker on the phone.
Yes, sir. But your wife, Mr. Sawyer, she's called 4 times already.
Tell my big fat wife to shut up and mind her own business.
Here's Mrs. Walker, sir.
Hello?
I was just going to call you, Mr. Sawyer. There's a Dr. Pierce stopping by this afternoon at 3.
Who's Dr. Pierce?
He's the physician at the Brooks home. I thought we might discuss Mr. Kringle's case with him.
Well, there's hardly any point in discussing it, Mrs. Walker. Obviously, the old man should be discharged. And so, Dr. Pierce, Kringle should be dismissed immediately and sent to a mental institution.
Oh, now, just a moment.
But he's deluded, saying that he's Santa Claus.
Well, it's a delusion for good. I found he only wants to be friendly and helpful.
No, his whole manner suggests aggressiveness. Why, look at the way he carries that cane. Well, Mrs. Walker, naturally, I can't discharge that loony, so when he exhibits his maniacal tendencies, please realize the responsibility is completely yours.
Well, I'm right back where I started.
Mrs. Walker, I assure you, Kris Kringle has no maniacal tendencies.
But if there's the slightest possibility of his causing any trouble...
Well, what trouble?
All that need happen is that a policeman ask him his name, Kris Kringle, clang, clang, and Macy's Santa Claus lands up in the psychopathic ward.
Well, you can prevent that very simply. There must be someone here at the store who could rent him a room. Then they could both come to work together. I'd just as soon he avoided that long train ride to Long Island anyway.
You mean sort of take custody of him?
Yeah.
Do you think Mr. Kringle would agree to that?
Well, I'm sure he'll agree.
Well, in that case... Now, let's see. Who do I know who could rent him a room?
You're going to have dinner with us, Mr. Kringle.
Oh, thank you, Susan.
I'm also very glad you're going to live next door with Mr. Gailey.
Oh, why?
Because you're nice to talk to.
Oh, what a fine young man that Mr. Gailey is, eh? Just think, allowing me to share his apartment, a mere stranger.
Confidentially, he did it because Mother hinted to him.
Oh, well, anyway, I'm very grateful.
Shall I tell you what I did in school today?
Yeah, by all means. Any games?
Yes, and a very silly game, too. They played zoo, and each child was supposed to be an animal.
But, Susie, they were just pretending.
Well, that's what makes the game so silly.
Well, of course, in order to play games, you need imagination.
Oh, that's when you see things, but they're not really there.
Oh, yeah, but you know, to me, imagination is a place all by itself. Now, you've heard of the French nation. The British nation. Well, this is the imagination. A very interesting place, too. Now, how would you like to be able to make snowballs in the summertime, eh? Or be the Statue of Liberty in the morning, and in the afternoon, fly south with a flock of geese?
Oh, I'm quite sure I'd like it, but...
Oh, it's very simple. Now, look here, anyway, the next time they play zoo, you can be a monkey.
But I don't know how to be a monkey.
Don't you? Here, I'll show you. Now, first you bend over a little, like this, see? Now, let your arms hang loose, eh?
Like this?
Yeah, that's fine. Now, put your hand over here and start scratching, see? That's excellent, Susan, excellent. That's as fine a bit of scratching as I've ever seen. Well, now start chattering.
Chattering?
Yes, chattering. Listen, now. See, and keep on scratching. Now then, we'll do it together, see? Chatter and scratch and chatter. Huh? Well, that's fine, Susan, fine. You're doing beautifully. Susan, you still awake?
Yes.
I've just come in to say good night. Susan, about Christmas. There must be something you'd like for Christmas.
Well, I've certainly thought about something, Mr. Kringle.
Have? What is it, eh? Tell me.
It's right here on the night table.
Oh?
See, I tore this page out of a magazine. It's a picture of a house.
Oh, that's what you want, eh? A doll's house. Colonial architecture.
Oh, no, not a doll's house. A real house.
A real house?
Yes, and if you're really Santa Claus, you can get it for me.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Susie. What could you possibly do with a big house?
Live in it with my mother. And I want a great big backyard with a great big tree to put a swing on, and a garden, and a... Oh, well, why even discuss it?
Susie, could I keep this picture just in case?
I guess so.
Thank you. Well, Mr. Gale is waiting for me. Good night, monkey.
Good night, Mr. Kringle.
Take whichever bed you want, Mr. Kringle.
Oh, you're very kind, really. Tell me, Mr. Gale, just what do you do for a living?
Oh, I'm a lawyer. Haslip, Sherman, and Mackenzie.
Oh. And you like living here in the city?
Well, it's convenient. But someday I'd like to get a place out on Long Island. Not a big house, just one of those junior partner deals around Manhasset.
One of those little colonial houses, eh?
Yeah. A little colonial house would be swell.
You're quite fond of Mrs. Walker, aren't you?
Yeah. A lot of good it does me. She lives in a cast iron shell that's a little difficult to penetrate.
Oh, you must try harder, Mr. Gale. Mrs. Walker and that child are a couple of lost souls, and it's up to us to help them. Oh, well, shall I turn out the light?
Oh, no. I'm not going to be cheated out of this. You know, all my life I've wondered about it, and now I'm going to find out. Does Santa Claus sleep with his whiskers inside or outside the covers?
Oh, outside, of course. Outside, by all means. The cold makes them grow.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Come in, Mrs. Walker, come in.
Thank you, Mr. Macy. I've just heard something very exciting.
You have? Well, let me tell you something very exciting. Our policy of being kind to customers has tripled our sales. Now, what do you think of that?
That's wonderful, Mr. Macy. And Gimbals thinks it's wonderful, too.
Gimbals?
Gimbals are adopting the same policy.
Well, is that so?
And it gives me an idea. As long as Gimbals are doing the same thing, why not some pictures for the newspapers?
Pictures?
Yes, you and Mr. Gimbal shaking hands.
Shaking hands? R.H. Macy and Gimbal?
Well, yes.
Yes, why not? With Santa Claus, it's a great idea, Mrs. Walker. Macy and Gimbal, shaking hands. That's enough pictures, gentlemen. Thank you very much. Well, Mr. Gimbal?
Come on, R.H. Now we'll go over to my store and get some really good pictures.
Just a minute. I have something here for Santa Claus. Here you are, Mr. Kringle, a check in appreciation of all you've done.
Macy, why, that's most kind of you.
I didn't think you were that generous, R.H. Well, that's quite a check. What are you going to do with it, Mr. Kringle?
Well, I have a friend, Dr. Pierce. He needs a new X-ray machine.
Buy the machine through the store. 10% discount.
Nonsense. Come over to Gimbals and we'll furnish it at cost.
Keep it up, gentlemen. Keep it up. At this rate, my friend will have a whole new hospital. Keep it up.
How did the pictures turn out, Mr. Kringle?
Oh, fine, Alfred, fine. How about a game of checkers during lunch?
No, not today, Chris. I don't feel so good.
Huh? What's the matter, Alfred?
Oh, nothing much. You remember I was telling you how I like to play Santa Claus over at the Y and give out packages to the kids?
Yeah?
Well, I was telling Mr. Sawyer about it, and he says that's very bad, that psychologically it's all wrong.
Wrong? To be nice to children?
Well, he says guys who play Santa Claus do it because when they was young, they must have done something bad. Now they do something they think is good to make up for it, see? It's what he calls a guilt complex.
Alfred, what else has he found wrong with you?
Oh, nothing much. Just that I hate my father. I didn't know it, but he says I do.
Excuse me.
Hey, ain't you going to lunch?
Later. Right now I have an appointment with Mr. Sawyer.
What do you mean breaking into my office like this?
Are you a licensed psychiatrist?
What business is it of yours?
I have great respect for psychiatry and great contempt for meddling amateurs who go around practicing it.
Shut up!
You ought to be horsewhipped. Taking a boy like Alfred and filling him up with complices and phobias and...
I think I'm better equipped to judge that than you.
Just because Alfred wants to be kind to children, you tell him he has a guilt complex.
Having the same delusion you couldn't possibly understand. And don't you wave that cane at me.
Either you stop analyzing Alfred or I'll go straight to Mr. Macy and tell him what a contemptible fraud you are.
Get out of here. Get out of here before I have you thrown out.
There's only one way to handle a man like you. Well, maybe this'll knock some sense into you.
Oh, help! Oh, my head, oh. Oh.
Good day, Mr. Sawyer.
Oh, Miss Prawn, get me the police, get me Mrs. Walker, get me the psychopathic ward at Bellevue Hospital.
You can see Mr. Chronicle now, Mr. Gailey.
Thank you, nurse. Hello, Chris.
Hello, Fred.
Chris, I've been speaking to the doctors. They said they've given you some tests.
Yeah, same old tests.
Except this time you failed to pass them. Chris, you deliberately failed them. Why?
Because I had great hopes, Fred. I had a feeling Mrs. Walker was beginning to believe in me. Now I discover she was only humoring me all the time.
But this wasn't Doris's idea at all. Mr. Sawyer had you sent here before she even knew about it.
But why didn't she come to me and explain things?
Because she didn't want to hurt you.
Oh, it's not just Mrs. Walker, Fred. Now, take Mr. Sawyer. He's contemptible, dishonest, deceitful. Yet he's out there and I'm in here. Well, if that's normal, I don't want it.
But you can't just think of yourself, Chris. What happens to you matters to a lot of other people. People like me who believe in what you stand for, and people like Susie who are just beginning to. Chris, you're letting us down.
No, maybe you're right, Fred. You... Of course you're right. I ought to be ashamed of myself. Let's get out of here.
Now, wait a minute. You flunked your mental examination, but good.
Oh, yes. Yes, so I did. Well, you're a lawyer. You fix it.
Hey, now look,
I won't let you down, and you won't let me down.
Chris, take it easy, will you? Look, there'll have to be a hearing. If you're going to be committed, it's got to go before a judge.
Well,
if I can do anything at all, it'll have to be in that courtroom. Now, sit tight, Chris. I'll get an idea. I'll have to get an idea.
You, sent for me, Mr. Macy.
I certainly did, Mr. Sawyer. I brought my family to the toy department to see our Santa Claus. And our Santa Claus isn't there. He's in Bellevue.
Yes, Mr. Macy.
Because he's a lunatic.
Yes, sir. Lunatic.
Lunatic, my foot. You listen to me, Sawyer. You get that case dropped right away, you'll have another lump to match the one he gave you.
But it's out of my hands. Mr. Chronicle goes to court in the morning.
Well, just see that he's back in the toy department by afternoon. Now get out of here.
Mr. Gailey.
Yes?
I've been looking all over for you. I'm Mr. Sawyer.
Oh, so you're Sawyer.
Yes. I was just speaking to the court clerk, and he said you represent Mr. Chronicle. Well, I represent Mr. Macy.
And I'll see you in court.
Oh, well, that's what I wanted to speak to you about. Now, Mr. Macy would like to drop the whole case right now. You see, we're most anxious to avoid any publicity.
No publicity, huh? That's very interesting.
Ah, then you'll cooperate?
You know something, Sawyer? You've just given me the idea I've been searching for.
Oh, good, good.
If I'm going to win this case, I'm going to have public opinion and plenty of it. And publicity's just the way to do it. Thanks, and so long, Sawyer.
Mr. Gailey! But Mr. Gailey!
Look at these newspapers, Chris. Here, Evening Dispatch. Doctors doubt sanity of Santa who launched Goodwill campaign.
Oh, my.
Daily Bulletin. Macy's Santa Claus to have lunacy hearing.
What's this one?
New York Star.
Is Kris Kringle crazy? Court case coming? Kiddies cry calamity?
You've driven the United Nations clear back to page 5. Get a good night's sleep, Chris. We go before Judge Harper at 10 tomorrow morning.
Okay.
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. We'll return with Miracle on 34th Street in a moment. If it's possible to be born an actress, our guest tonight was. For Barbara Beebe Lyon is the daughter of two famous parents, Beebe Daniels and Ben Lyon, the well-known screen stars who are now on the executive end of motion pictures. You know, Barbara, you resemble your mother very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. That's a great compliment. But I know I'll have to work hard and make a place for myself. Right now I'm studying dramatics.
And visiting the studios to study techniques?
That's right. I spent a lot of time at 20th Century Fox watching them make Gentleman's Agreement. Dorothy McGuire is so natural. She's marvelous.
And Gregory Peck turns in one of his finest performances in that story of present-day intolerance.
Yes, and I was interested in Celeste Holm, too, because she plays her first straight dramatic role in Gentleman's Agreement. Afterward, she asked me to tea in her dressing room. But an uninvited guest almost spoiled the party.
Who was that?
Gregory's dog, Perry. He's such a pet. He thought he was invited, too, and in his enthusiasm bumped Celeste's elbow, and she spilled cream over her lovely negligee. But, and this is why I'm telling you the story, Mr. Kennedy, Celeste wasn't a bit disturbed. She just handed the robe to her maid and told her to lux it right away.
She couldn't give it safer treatment. Studio wardrobe departments specify Lux Care for everything safe in water alone.
So do Mother and I. Since she's been back from England, where Mother and Dad spent the war years, we've been splurging on lingerie. But it really doesn't seem extravagant because nice things last so long with Lux Care.
Lux Care actually does keep underthings lovely 3 times as long. So any girl who gives her underthings Lux Care can have 3 times as many without spending a bit more. Instead of just replacing underthings that have grown faded and old-looking from wrong washing, she can buy extra new ones. Soon have 3 times as many because they stay lovely 3 times as long. Thank you for coming tonight, Barbara Lyon. Now, here's Act 3 of Miracle on 34th Street, starring Maureen O'Hara as Doris Walker, John Payne as Fred Gailey, Edmund Gwen as Chris, and Natalie Wood as Susan. For a few weeks, a jolly elderly gentleman named Kris Kringle has been working minor miracles as the Santa Claus of Macy's department store. But now his sanity has been seriously questioned. And in a crowded courtroom, Judge Harper listens patiently as the assistant district attorney summons Chris to the witness stand.
Now, this is not a trial, Mr. Kringle. It's just a hearing, so you don't have to answer any questions. Now then, where do you live, please?
Well, it seems to me that's what this hearing will decide, won't it?
Mr. Kringle, do you believe that you are Santa Claus?
Of course I do.
That's all, Your Honor. The state rests its case.
Well, Mr. Gailey? Your Honor, Mr. Mara contends my client is not sane because he believes he is Santa Claus.
An entirely logical conclusion. Anyone who thinks he's Santa Claus is crazy.
Your Honor, you believe yourself to be Judge Harper, yet no one questions your sanity because you are Judge Harper, do they?
Mr. Kringle is the subject of this sanity hearing, not I.
Very well, Your Honor. But I intend to prove that Mr. Kringle is Santa Claus.
Mr. Mara, I thought you said this was a cut-and-dried sanity hearing.
I thought it was, Your Honor.
In the view of Mr. Gailey's statement, I'll have to review the entire background of this case. Court's adjourned till tomorrow morning.
Hello, Doris. I'm sorry I'm late, but get ready. We're really going to celebrate tonight.
What are we celebrating?
Well, didn't you read the papers? Santa's mouthpiece throws bombshell in New York Supreme Court.
Fred, you're not really serious about this. You can't possibly prove that Chris is Santa Claus.
Well, you saw Mr. Macy and Mr. Gimble shake hands. That wasn't possible either.
And what does your firm have to say about it? Hayslip and Mackenzie and the rest of them?
That I've jeopardized their prestige, and either I drop this impossible case or they'll drop me.
You see?
So I beat them to it. I quit.
Fred, you threw away your career because of a sentimental whim?
Well, I'll open my own office.
And what kind of clients will you get?
Oh, probably a lot of people like Chris who are being pushed around. You know, that's the only fun in law anyway. Doris, look, don't you have any faith at all in me?
Oh, it's not a question of faith. It's common sense.
But faith is believing in things when common sense tells you not to. It's not just Chris that's on trial. It's everything he stands for. Human kindness and love.
Fred, listen. We've seen a lot of each other the last couple of weeks. I've become very fond of you. We've talked about some wonderful plans, haven't we? And then you do this. You go on an idealistic binge, throw away your security, and you expect me to be happy about it.
I expect too much. Is that it? Well, that's that, I guess. Good night, Doris.
Hello. Yes, this is Mr. Mara. Well, can't it wait till tomorrow? I'm eating Who's been subpoenaed? Well, how do you think I feel about it? I'll see you tomorrow.
Who's that, dear?
R.H. Macy's been subpoenaed.
Oh, my.
Oh, those reporters. They make me look like a sadistic monster who likes nothing better than to drown pussycats and tear wings off of butterflies.
Dear, quiet. Tommy's still awake.
Oh, yeah.
It'd just break his heart if he knew what his daddy's doing.
I'm doing my job as assistant district attorney.
Well, I'm not so sure, but that I agree with him. Mr. Kringle looks like a very nice old man, and I don't see why you have to keep persecuting him.
I'm not persecuting him. I'm prosecuting him. I like the old man, too, but there's nothing I can do about it.
You know something, Thomas? Sometimes I wish I'd married a butcher or a plumber.
Well, if I lose this case, it's very possible you'll get your wish. R.H. Macy, I wonder what he's going to pull tomorrow.
Proceed with the witness, Mr. Gailey.
Now then, Mr. Macy, if you recognize the defendant, please tell us who he is.
Chris Kringle, of course.
Do you believe him to be of sound mind?
Sound mind? I wish I had a dozen like him.
Mr. Macy, you're under oath. Do you believe that man is Santa Claus?
Well, now, that's rather a delicate...
Careful, R.H. Just think of those headlines tomorrow. Macy admits his Santa Claus is fraud.
You keep out of this, Gimble.
What did you say?
Nothing, Mr. Mara.
Well, I wish you would. Is that man Santa Claus?
Yes. In my opinion, he most certainly is.
Your Honor, there is no such person as Santa Claus, and everybody knows it.
Can you prove there isn't any?
I won't even try. I'll not waste the court's time with such childish nonsense. Your Honor, the prosecution requests an immediate ruling from this court. Is there or is there not a Santa Claus?
Well, now, the court will take a short recess to consider the question.
Hello, Henry.
Why, Charlie, what are you doing here?
Can't an old friend visit you in your chambers? And if you ask me, you never needed a friend like you do now.
This Kringle case? Well, I certainly don't see what they're making such a fuss about.
Henry, that's Santa Claus you got out there on trial for lunacy. This case is dynamite, and you're coming up for re-election soon.
Charlie, you know what happened last night? Martha brought the grandchildren over. They wouldn't kiss Grandpa. They wouldn't even talk to me.
There, you see what I mean? If you rule there is no Santa Claus, you better start looking at that chicken farm right now.
I'm a responsible judge. How can I seriously rule that there is a Santa Claus?
Because of what happens if you don't. The kids read about it, and they don't hang up their stockings. Now, what happens to all the toys that are supposed to be in those stockings? Nobody buys them. The toy manufacturers have to lay off employees. By now, you got the AFL and the CIO against you. They're not going to say it with votes, eh? Oh, the department stores are going to love you, too. Yes, sir, Henry. And what about the Salvation Army? They got a Santa Claus in every street corner, and they take in a lot of money to help the poor. But go ahead, Henry. You go in there and rule there isn't any Santa Claus. But if you do, you can count on getting just 2 votes. Your own and that district attorney's out there.
1 vote, Charlie. He's a Republican. Oh, well, let's get this over with. The question of Santa Claus seems to be largely a matter of opinion. The tradition of American justice demands a broad and unprejudiced view of such a controversial matter.
But, Your Honor...
This court, therefore, intends to keep its mind open. We shall ask for evidence on either side.
But the burden of proof clearly rests with my opponent. Can he produce any evidence to support his views?
If Your Honor please, I can. Will Thomas Mara please take the stand?
Who? Me?
No, Thomas Mara, Jr. I believe he and his mother are both in court today.
Hi, Papa.
Hi.
Tommy, do you believe in Santa Claus?
I sure do. He gave me a brand new sled last year.
And what does Santa Claus look like, Tommy?
Well, there he is, sitting right over there.
Your Honor, I...
Overruled! Tell me, Tommy, why are you so sure there's a Santa Claus?
Because my Papa told me so. Didn't you, Papa?
Thank you, Tommy. You can go back to your mother now.
See you later, Papa.
You certainly will. Your Honor!
Don't forget, Santa Claus. This year I want a football helmet.
Now, don't worry, Tommy. You'll get it.
Mr. Kringle, if you don't mind.
I'm sorry, sir.
Your Honor, the state of New York concedes the existence of a Santa Claus. But in so conceding, we demand that Mr. Gailey stop presenting personal opinion as evidence. I insist he submit authoritative proof that Mr. Kringle here is the one and only Santa Claus.
Well, Mr. Gailey, are you prepared to show that Mr. Kringle is Santa Claus on the basis of unprejudiced authority?
Well, no, not now. I need a little time.
Why not now?
Tomorrow, Your Honor.
Very well. Court's adjourned till tomorrow morning.
Phew.
Now come, Susan, dear. Finish your supper.
But I can't, Mother. All those things they're saying in the newspapers about Mr. Kringle and Mr. Gailey.
Susan, they're having this trial because he says he's Santa Claus.
But he's so kind and nice and jolly. He's not like anyone else I know. He must be Santa.
You know something? I think perhaps you're right.
Is Mr. Kringle sad now, Mother?
I'm afraid he must be.
Then I'll write him a letter. Maybe that'll make him feel better. I'll cheer him up and I'll tell him I believe him.
Oh, postman.
Yeah, lady?
Would you mind taking this letter?
Oh, sure, lady. We're going straight down to the post office now. Okay, Louie, take it away. What do you know, Louie? Another letter for Santa Claus. Hey, here's a new one. Instead of North Pole, this kid's got it addressed to Chris Kringle, New York County Courthouse. Well, the kid's right. Huh? Oh, yeah, sure. They got him on trial down there. He claims he's Santa Claus, and the DA claims he's nuts.
Hey, Frankie, I got an idea.
Yeah?
How many Santa Claus letters do you think we got down there in the dead letter office?
Oh, who knows? Must be 50,000. Bags and bags all over the joint. You mean?
But, Frankie, why not? Wouldn't it be nice to get rid of them all? Wouldn't it?
Boy, oh boy. Look, Louie, as soon as we get to the post office, we go see the supervisor. You know something? I bet we both get promoted. And since the defense has been unable to submit one shred of proof that Chris Kringle is the one and only Santa Claus, and since tonight is Christmas Eve, I ask, Your Honor, that this hearing be terminated without further delay.
I protest, Your Honor. I do have evidence.
5 minutes ago, you said you didn't.
During Mr. Mara's oration, the bailiff handed my client the evidence I refer to.
What evidence?
This letter, Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. Kringle?
It's from Susan Walker. She believes in me. This letter means more to me than anything in the world.
That letter, Your Honor, was delivered by the United States Post Office, an official agency of the federal government. The Post Office Department is one of the largest business concerns in the world. Last year, it did a gross volume of over $1 billion, and
Your Honor, I'm sure we're all gratified that the Post Office is getting along so well. But what bearing has it on the sanity of that man?
My point is that the Post Office Department is a model of efficiency. Furthermore, the laws of this country make it a criminal offense to willfully misdirect mail or intentionally deliver it to the wrong party.
The state of New York is second to none in its admiration of the Post Office Department. We're very happy to concede Mr. Gailey's claims.
For the record, Mr. Mara?
For the record. Anything to get on with this case.
Thank you. Your Honor, that letter just received by Mr. Kringle is positive proof that a
One letter is hardly positive proof.
I have further exhibits, Your Honor, but I hesitate to produce them.
Come, Mr. Gailey. Put them here on my desk.
But, Your Honor,
I said put them on my desk.
All right, boys, bring them in. Put them right there.
Your Honor, what is this?
Empty those mail sacks on Judge Harbor's desk.
But we got 6 truckloads out there.
Bring them in or be fined for contempt of court.
Now, just a second
Oh,
here.
we'll do it, Your Honor. We'll do it. True rain, true sleet, true courtrooms, anything. We deliver.
Mr. Gailey.
Your Honor, every one of those letters and every one of those mail sacks is addressed to Santa Claus. The Post Office Department has delivered them. Therefore, the Post Office Department recognizes Kris Kringle to be the one and only Santa Claus.
Since the United States government declares this man to be Santa Claus, this court will not dispute it. Case dismissed. And for heaven's sake, get this mail out of my courtroom!
So as soon as I got out of court, I came straight to Mace's to see you, Doris.
Oh, Chris, I'm so glad you won.
Well, we're having a big Christmas party at the Brooks home tomorrow morning. I'd like so much to see you and Susie there.
We'll be there, Chris. Oh, couldn't you just come home now and have dinner with us?
Now? Tonight? Me? My goodness, Doris, it's Christmas Eve. Oh. Alfred, look. Look who came all the way out here to the home just for our Christmas party.
Chris, it's Mr. Macy.
Mr. Gimble, too. Oh, excuse me, Alfred. Mrs. Walker and Susie have to leave now, and I don't want to go without my Susie.
But, Susie, darling, you got so many presents.
That's the one I wanted. That's the one Mr. Kringle was going to get for me.
Well, what was it?
It doesn't matter. I knew I wouldn't get it, but I thought he'd at least tell me why.
Susie! Susie, I'm sorry, Susie. I tried my best,
You
but
couldn't get it because you're not Santa Claus.
Susan!
Just a nice old man, like Mother said.
But I was wrong when I told you that. You must believe in Mr. Kringle and keep right on doing it. You must have faith in him.
But that doesn't make sense, Mother.
Faith is believing in things when common sense tells you not to.
Huh?
I mean, just because things don't turn out the way you want them to the first time, you've still got to believe in people. I found that
Hello,
out.
Doris.
Oh, Fred.
Mr. Gailey! Oh, Mr. Gailey!
Merry Christmas, Susie.
Gosh, you just got here and we're just ready to leave.
Oh, I've been here, and if you're ready to leave, I'll drive you home.
Well, before you go, here's a map I've made for you. Now, you'll miss a lot of traffic. About 4 miles south, you will see Ashley Avenue. That's the street you want. Ashley Avenue.
Thanks, Chris. And a Merry Christmas to you.
Merry Christmas to you, Fred. And to you, my dear. And to you, Susie.
I believe, Mr. Kringle. I do. It's silly, I suppose. But I believe.
I don't understand it, Fred. The map Chris gave us definitely says Ashley Avenue. We've been on Ashley Avenue
Stop
now.
the car! Oh, stop the car, please!
Susie, what is it, darling? What's the matter?
There it is, the house! The house!
Susie,
What in the world?
She's running into that house.
At least there's no one home. It's brand new. It's just been built.
Yeah, for sale, it says. For sale.
What on earth is that child up to?
Susie! Hey, Susie!
Here I am upstairs!
Come right down. You know you shouldn't run around in other people's houses. That's strange.
I'll say.
No, I mean this house. I've seen this house somewhere. I know I have. Maybe in a magazine
Mother,
or...
it's our house. It's the one I asked him for, Mr. Kringle.
Mr. Kringle?
I know it is. Oh, you were right, Mommy. You were right.
Susie.
Mommy told me if things didn't turn out just the way you wanted them to at first, you've still got to believe. And I kept believing, and you were right, Mommy. Mr. Kringle is Santa Claus.
Now where are you going?
In back to see if there's a swing. Oh, there is one.
You told her that about believing?
Well, you told me, Fred.
Sign outside. For sale, huh? Well, we can't let her down, can we?
I never really doubted you. It was just my silly common sense.
It even makes sense to believe in me now. I must be a pretty good lawyer. I'd take a little old man and legally prove to the world that he's Santa Claus. Now, you know that couldn't...
Fred.
What's the matter?
There in the corner by the fireplace.
Oh, no. No.
It can't be. It couldn't.
A cane. Chris's cane. Why, there couldn't be two canes like that anywhere in the world.
Silver handle and all.
Hey, you know something? Maybe I didn't do such a wonderful thing after all.
Our stars will return for their curtain calls in a moment. Let's look in for a moment on the Smiths. In a rash moment, Bill has offered to wash the dishes.
Here's the Lux. Just shake a little in the dishpan. Hey there, that's enough.
Oh, why be stingy? I like lots of suds.
Well, so do I. But you'll get plenty with a little Lux.
Hey. It looks just like a bubble bath.
Dishcloth is there under the sink. You know, those suds won't flatten out either, like that stuff I used last week. You watch.
Well, at least you used that other box up fast.
I'll say. It's another reason I'm back to Lux Flakes. Why, I'll bet Lux does most twice as many dishes, 'cause a little goes such a long way. Well, don't just admire those suds all night.
Come back here and dry.
Silly, that's a waste of time. Just rinse those dishes with hot water, and they'll dry by themselves.
You know, I was just thinking, can I count this as my good deed for the day if I get dishpan hands for your sake?
Dishpan hands, nothing. You won't get red, rough hands with Lux Flakes in the dishpan. See? What's wrong with mine?
Not so bad. Not so bad. Next time you do the dishes.
Well, ladies, if your husband doesn't do the dishes, the next best thing is to do them yourself with Lux Flakes in the dishpan. You'll avoid dishpan hands. In fact, if strong soaps have been making your hands red and rough, just change to Lux Flakes and see how soon your hands are soft and smooth again. Now, here's Mr. Keeley with our stars. Mr. Keeley in Washington, D.C., and our stars on the stage of the Lux Radio Theater in Hollywood.
For a most delightful holiday performance, all our thanks to Maureen O'Hara, John Payne, Edmund Gwen, and Natalie Wood, who return to the spotlight for a curtain call. From Washington to Hollywood and points between, you've helped to put us in the mood for Christmas.
Thanks, Bill. But we missed you at tonight's performance.
As I miss being there, believe me. But here in Washington, Edmund Gwen sounded just as convincing as Santa Claus as he must have on your stage in Hollywood.
Well, Bill, I wonder how many people knew that Teddy Gwen really was Macy's Santa Claus in their holiday parade.
Is that right, Mr. Gwen?
Yes, that's right, Natalie. In fact, I've been Santa Claus so much I'm beginning to really believe in myself.
I don't wonder, Teddy. I'm certainly going to leave the latchkey in the mailbox for you Christmas Eve.
No, just put a windsock in the chimney, Bill.
You really plan to make the rounds on Christmas Eve, eh, Teddy?
Well, you can't let millions of children down.
You know, Mr. Gwen, you sound as if you did believe in Santa Claus.
And he's right, too. Didn't I just prove it?
Well, why don't we leave it to the Lux Radio Theater audience?
Yes. How about it, folks? Do you believe in Santa Claus?
Well, that's ought to reassure the children in the audience tonight.
Tell us, Bill, how's the picture going down in Washington?
Splendidly. In fact, if all's well, I'm happy to say I'll be back for our big New Year's show next Monday night.
Something special, Mr. Keeley?
Very special, Natalie. A musical hit to warm the hearts of every member of the family.
Well, let's hear what gives, Bill. Sounds exciting.
Exciting it is. A play and cast that's topped our list of listeners' requests. And our stars are the one and only Frank Sinatra, the lovely and talented singing star Katherine Grayson, and the ever-popular Gene Kelly. In Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's great hit, Anchors Away.
I hope you have Frank singing the wonderful tunes from that picture, Bill.
Yes, indeed. And Katherine and Gene, too.
Sounds like a great way to finish out the old year, Bill. Congratulations.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night, and Merry Christmas to all four of you. Once again, the world looks forward to another Christmas. It would be idle to say that peace reigns everywhere on earth, that men confront the future with untroubled hearts. But this much we can say, that for one day the world is brought together by the worship of the Prince of Peace. And if that spirit can burn so brightly for a single day, we have cause to hope that it may someday shine forever in men's hearts. On behalf of Lever Brothers Company and of us of the Lux Radio Theater, may I wish all of you the happiest of holidays. We invite you all to join us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theater presents Frank Sinatra, Katherine Grayson, and Gene Kelly in Anchors Aweigh. This is William Keighley saying good night and Merry Christmas.
Maureen O'Hara and Natalie Wood appeared through the courtesy of 20th Century Fox, producers of Captain from Castile and Daisy Kenyon. Edmund Gwen appeared by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of Cass Timberlane, starring Spencer Tracy and Lana Turner. Heard in our cast tonight were Joseph Kearns as Sawyer, Alan Reed as Macy, Bill Johnstone as Mara, and Herbert Butterfield as Judge Harper. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. And this is your announcer, John Milton Kennedy, reminding you to join us again next Monday night to hear Anchors Aweigh with Frank Sinatra, Katherine Grayson, and Gene Kelly.
Pepsodent won by 3-1. Yes, in a recent survey, families throughout America compared new Pepsodent toothpaste with the brands they'd been using at home. By an overwhelming average of 3-1, they preferred new Pepsodent with Irium over any other brand they tried. They said new Pepsodent toothpaste tastes better, makes breath cleaner, makes teeth brighter. Yes, with families who made comparison tests, Pepsodent won by 3-1.
Be sure to listen next Monday night to the Lux Radio Theater presentation of Anchors Aweigh with Frank Sinatra, Katherine Grayson, and Gene Kelly. Stay tuned for My Friend Irma, which follows immediately over most of these stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
And now, before the overture to the second act of the Gibson family, let's step backstage and look in on Sally Gibson and Hilda, her maid, who is helping Sally change for the next scene.
Quick, Hilda, hold this dress. I've never been so excited in all my life.
It's really wonderful, isn't it, Miss Sally?
Too wonderful. That scene in the garden.
It made me think of Henry, Miss Sally. Miss Sally, if I had your complexion, do you suppose Henry would...
What, Hilda?
Help me, what's wrong with my face, Miss Sally? Those red blotches just won't go away.
Soap, probably. What kind are you using? Some beauty soap, I suppose.
Yes, Miss Sally. That one that promises radiant beauty, glamorous youth, irresistible loveliness. Oh, Miss Sally, I had hoped Henry would...
Yes, so did I once. And then I learned the truth. Hilda, you can't feed the pores of your skin with beauty oils or mysterious ingredients.
No.
And many highly perfumed, prettily colored soaps contain fatty acids and free alkali that really irritate and harm your skin.
But, Miss Sally...
My doctor recommended Ivory. He says all any soap can do is cleanse, and that to protect the fine texture and pores, a soap should cleanse gently. And that to do that, a soap must be pure. He said Ivory would help to keep my skin smooth and fine.
And, Miss Sally, do you think Henry would...
Oh, quick, my gloves, Hilda. Is the bell for the second act?
No, Hilda will never get a Grecian nose by using a beauty soap. But we do hope she gets Henry. And now for the overture to our second act. All right, Don.
Keep it tuned right here to HOJO Radio for more classic old-time radio.
Lux presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, bring you the Lux Radio Theater, starring James Stewart, Donna Reed, and Victor Moore in It's a Wonderful Life. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keighley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight we bring you one of the season's most inspiring hits, a Liberty Films production that's been nominated for the highest screen award. Yes, It's a Wonderful Life. and we present it now with its original fine stars, Jimmy Stewart and Donna Reed. Jimmy in the role which won him a nomination for the best performance of the year. Also in our cast is starred that fine comedian, Victor Moore. It's a Wonderful Life is the drama of a typical American. Might be you, it might be me. He dreams of glory, he lives in hope, he loves and doubts, and only Providence puts a final value on his service to humanity. Our story starts before the war, when life was normal. Shortages were generally unknown, and simple luxuries like Lux soap were abundant. I won't say that's the only reason people said it's a wonderful life, but I do know from the thousands of letters in our files that most of them said it's a wonderful soap. And they keep right on saying it day after day. In fact, the popularity of Lux soap is what makes it possible to present such entertainment as Frank Capra's great production, It's a Wonderful Life, starring Jimmy Stewart as George, Donna Reed as Mary Hatch, and Victor Moore as Clarence. This is the story of George Bailey, citizen of Bedford Falls, New York. George Bailey, who more than anything under the sun wanted to see the world, the wonderful, exciting world that lay somewhere beyond the limits of his hometown. Oddly enough, this story does not begin in Bedford Falls. In fact, it doesn't begin anywhere in the world. It begins in heaven, where the superintendent of angels has just summoned an apprentice angel named Clarence.
Oh, I'm really going down to earth, sir? Oh, how splendid.
Yes, there's a very discouraged man down there, Clarence, George Bailey. At exactly 10:45 p.m., Earth time, he'll be thinking seriously of ending his life.
Oh, dear, his life.
Now, I want you to stop him if you can. Now, sit down. I'll give you Bailey's case history.
Sir, if I should accomplish my mission, may I perhaps get my wings? I've been waiting over 200 years now, and, well, people are beginning to talk.
Clarence, what's that book?
The Adventures of Tom Sawyer, sir. I was reading it when you sent for me.
Oh, fine book. Excellent. Well, you do a good job on George Bailey, and we'll see about your wings.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Now, listen. When George Bailey was a boy, two events occurred that you should keep in mind. One was when his young brother, Harry, fell through the ice and almost drowned. George saved him.
Brother fell through the ice. George saved him.
Ever since, George has had a bad ear. All that icy water, you understand.
Yeah, bad ear. Yes, sir.
The other event came a few months later. George used to work after school in Mr. Gower's drugstore. One day, Mr. Gower's only son died of influenza. It was a terrible blow, and poor Mr. Gower tried to lose his grief in whiskey.
Where you been, George? Mrs. Blaine's called twice. What happened to her prescription? You lost it, didn't you?
No, Mr. Gower. Here it is.
Well, you good for nothing. Don't you know that Blaine girl's very sick?
Mr. Gower, my ear. You're hurting my sore ear.
Teach you to loaf, you lazy brat.
Mr. Gower, you don't know what you're doing. You put something wrong in those capsules.
Shut up.
Oh, I know you feel bad, but look, Mr. Gower, look. This bottle, you used this bottle to make up the capsules. It's poison.
Poison?
Don't hurt my sore ear again, Mr. Gower.
Oh, George.
That's why it's the liver, Mr. Gower. All I wanted was to make sure.
George.
Well, Clarence, that was George Bailey as a boy. When he grew up, he wanted to go to college, but there just wasn't the money. So he worked 4 years in the Building and Loan Association.
Building and Loan Association?
Oh, I forgot to tell you. George's father was in the building and loan business. He and George's uncle, Billy. High ideals and low bank account. Anyway, George worked for his father and saved enough to see him through the university. That summer, though, he was going to Europe. Got a job on a cattle boat. Do a little traveling before college.
Boy, oh boy, it's hard to realize it. My last night in the Bailey boarding house.
Yeah, we're sure going to miss you, George.
Oh, I'm going to miss you, too, Pop. Hey, what's the matter? You look tired.
Oh, I had another tussle with old Henry Potter today.
Oh, I thought when you put him on the board of directors, he'd ease up.
Oh, so did I.
I just can't understand a man like Mr. Potter. He can't begin to spend all the money he
I
has.
guess Potter owns about everything he wants in Bedford Falls except our building and loan. That's why he hates us.
Hey, George, can I borrow your tuxedo studs?
Yeah, help yourself, Harry.
Well, where are they, in your suitcase?
I'm not taking a tuxedo on a cattle boat, you know.
Say, where'd you get that suitcase anyway?
Oh, Mr. Gower, going away present. And one of these days you're going to see that bag all covered with travel labels. Italy and Baghdad, Samarkand.
Gonna have a pretty full summer, eh?
I'm going to have a pretty full life.
Hey, why don't you come to the dance tonight?
What? I'd be bored to death.
Well, you couldn't want a better death. Lots of pretty girls. Hey, I gotta hurry.
I wish we could send Harry to college with you, George.
No, we've got that all figured out now, Pop. He'll take over my job at the building and loan and work 4 years like I did, and then he'll go.
Well, he's pretty young for that job.
Well, no younger than I was.
Maybe you were born older, George.
Huh?
George, when you get out of college, I don't suppose you'd come back to the building and loan.
Oh, no, Pop, I just couldn't. I couldn't face being cooped up the rest of my life in a shabby little office. I'm sorry, Pop. Now, I didn't mean that, but it's just this business of nickels and dimes. I'd go crazy. I want to do something big, something important.
Well, in a small way, we are doing something important, George. In that shabby little office, we help people figure out how they can own their own homes.
I know, Pop. I just wish I felt that but I just feel like if I didn't get away, I'd bust.
You're right, boy. You get yourself an education, then get out of here.
Oh, Pop, you want a shock? I think you're a pretty great guy.
Well, thanks, George. I'm glad to hear it. Look, why don't you go on over to Harry's dance? You'd have a good time.
Well, I don't know. Maybe it will drop in. Yeah, maybe it will at that.
So, George Bailey went to a dance. Is that important, Joseph?
Why, it was at the dance he met Mary Hatch.
Oh.
And 3 hours later, he was walking her home. George and Mary were feeling pretty good, Clarence. As a matter of fact, wonderful.
Buffalo girl, can't you come out tonight? Can't you come out tonight? Can't you come out tonight? Buffalo girl, can't you come out tonight? And dance by the light of the moon.
Hot dog, oh boy, just like an organ.
At
Gee
least.
whiz. Hey, you know something? If it wasn't me talking, I'd say you were the prettiest girl in town.
Well, why don't you say it?
I don't know, maybe I will. Hey, how old are you anyway?
18.
18?
Too young or too old?
No, it's just right. It sort of fits you. Hey, look where we are.
Oh, the old Granville house.
Yeah, I gotta throw a rock.
Oh, no, don't. I love that old house.
Well, no, don't you know about deserted houses? You make a wish and then throw a rock.
George, but it was such a lovely old place. I wish I lived there.
In there? I wouldn't live in it as a ghost. Now, watch. Watch this. Here we go. How about it, huh? Pretty good shot, huh? Broke a window, huh?
What'd you wish, George?
Oh, I don't know. Not just one wish, a whole hatful. Mary, I'm shaking the dust of this crummy little town off my feet, and I'm going to see the world. Italy, Greece, the Parthenon, the Colosseum. And then I'm coming back here and go to college and see what they know. And then I'm going to build things. I'm going to build airfields and skyscrapers 100 stories high and bridges a mile long. And then I'm going to... Hey, Mary. What is it you want? What do you want, huh? You want the moon? All you got to do is just say the word now.
Okay, the moon, I'll take it. Then what?
Then what? Well, then you could swallow it. And it'd dissolve like an aspirin, you know. And the moonbeams would shoot out of your fingers and the ends of your hair. And you think I'm talking too much?
Yes, why don't you kiss her instead of talking her to death?
How's that?
Youth is wasted on the wrong people.
Well, hey, just a minute, mister. Hey, you come back here. I'll show you some kissing if you want to.
George!
Hey, Uncle Billy, look here. I'm going to kiss Mary. Watch.
George, get in the car quick. Your father's had a stroke.
What?
George,
My father's had...
get in, hurry.
Well, George's father died that night, Clarence. So, of course, George couldn't go to Europe. But that fall, just as he was ready to leave for college, the directors of the building and loan had a meeting. They were going to appoint a successor to Mr.
What was that you said, Mr. Potter?
I said as long as Peter Bailey's dead, let's dissolve the building and loan. We don't need it.
Now, wait a minute.
Oh, you wait a minute. Peter Bailey was not a businessman. Ideals without common sense can ruin a town. What do we get? A discontented, lazy rabble instead of a thrifty working class.
Hold on, Mr. Potter.
Oh,
Hold on.
I meant no disrespect, George, but...
Oh, wait a minute here. Why my father ever started this cheap penny ante building and loan, I'll never know. But just remember this, Mr. Potter, this rabble you're talking about, they do most of the working and the paying and living and dying in this community. Well, is it too much to have them work and pay and live and die in a couple of decent rooms and a bath? Anyway, my father didn't think so. People were human beings to him. But to you, a warped, frustrated old man, they're cattle. Well, in my book, Mr. Potter, he died a much richer man than you'll ever be.
I'm not interested in your book, George. I'm talking about the building and loan.
You're talking about something you can't get your fingers on that's galling. That's what you're talking about. Well, this town needs this measly one-horse institution, if only to have some place where people can borrow a few dollars without crawling to you. Now, come on, Uncle Billy.
What happened, George?
Yeah, all we heard was a lot of yelling.
Boy, oh boy, you should have heard George.
Yeah, they're in there voting us out of business.
Oh, who cares? I can get another job. I'm only 41.
45. Well, you get out of here, George. You missed your boat trip. Do you want to miss college, too?
George, we've just voted Potter down. We're still in business.
Whoopee! We're still in business. We're still in business.
But there's one condition, George. They've appointed you to take your father's place.
Appoint me, but I'm going to college. Look, this is my last chance. Uncle Billy's your man.
George, you've got to take it. They'll vote with Potter otherwise. They said so. They even...
I know George Bailey didn't go to college.
That's right, Terence. He gave his college money to Harry. Harry went instead.
But what happened to that good-looking girl, you know, Mary?
Oh, George saw her now and then. Not very often, though, because Mary went away to school, too. Anyway, George waited 4 years more for Harry to come back and take over the building and loan. He could still see the world. He planned to work in the oil fields, Venezuela. Except when Harry came home, he wasn't alone. There was a girl with him, his wife.
George?
Yeah, I'm out here on the porch, Mother. I just thought I'd get some air.
Well, how do you like your new sister-in-law?
Oh, she's swell.
Looks like she can keep Harry on his toes.
Yeah, and keep him out of Bedford Falls anyway.
What do you mean?
Well, Ruth's father, he's got a wonderful job for Harry up in Buffalo.
Buffalo? Well, that means you can't...
Yeah.
George, did you know Mary Hatch is back from school?
Yeah.
Nice girl, Mary.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, stop grunting. Give me one good reason why you shouldn't call on Mary.
Well, Sam Wainwright. Sam's crazy about Mary.
Well, she's not crazy about him.
Well, now, how do you know that? Did she discuss it with you?
Besides, Sam's away in New York.
Oh, and all's fair in love and war. I see. Okay, Mother, I think I'll go out and find that girl and do a little passionate necking.
Oh, George.
Goodbye, Miss Bailey. By the way, do you want any books at the library?
Library? George! George, you go and see Mary. Do you hear?
George, is that you out there?
Oh, hello, Mary.
Well, are you coming in?
I just happened to be passing by here.
Oh, I thought you were picketing. Have you made up your mind?
How's that?
Have you made up your mind
About what?
about coming in? Your mother just phoned. She said you were coming over.
My mother just phoned. What does she mean, Carla? I just happened to be passing by, that's all. I didn't...
Well,
Well, all right, I'll come in for a minute, but I didn't tell anybody I was coming here. You fella can't go out for a walk nowadays without you... When'd you get back?
Tuesday.
Where'd you get that dress?
Do you like it?
It's all right.
Well, no point standing here on the porch. Come on in.
I still can't understand it. I didn't tell anybody I was coming here, you know.
Would you rather leave?
Well, no, I don't want to be rude. Sit down for a while.
It's nice about your brother and Ruth, isn't it?
Yeah. That's all right.
Don't you like her?
Well, of course I like her. She's a peach.
Oh, just marriage in general you're not enthusiastic about, hmm?
No. Marriage is all right for a lot of people. It's all right for Harry and Sam Wainwright and you.
For Sam?
Mary?
It's George Bailey, Mother.
What's he want?
I don't know. What do you want?
Me? Not a thing. Not a thing. And I just came in to get warm.
He's making violent love to me, Mother.
You just tell him to go right back home. Sam said he'd call you tonight from New York, didn't he?
I guess so. How about some music?
Your mother needs... I didn't come here to...
What did you come here for, then?
I don't know. You're supposed to be the one with all the answers. You tell me.
Oh, why don't you go home?
I don't know why I came here in the first place. Good night.
Good night.
Tell you, the way you're shouting, you'd think that...
You'd think what? All right, I'll get it. George, on your way out, would you mind turning off the phonograph?
I'd be very happy to. Doggone crazy song.
Hello? Sam?
Mary, gee, it's good to hear your voice.
How are you, Sam?
I forgot my hat.
Hee-haw.
What?
Oh, I was just talking to an old friend of yours, George Bailey.
Oh, Mossback George?
Old Mossback George.
Well, put him on. I'll talk to him, too.
Wait a second. George.
He doesn't want to speak to George.
He does so. He asked for him.
Why'd you call me? Because if you're... I'm in a hurry.
Sam wants to talk to you.
Oh. Hiya, Sam.
Hey, fine pal you are, trying to steal my girl.
Now, what do you mean? Nobody's trying to steal anybody's girl. Here, Mary, take the phone.
No, wait, George. I want to speak to you both. Tell Mary to get in the extension upstairs.
He says for you to get on the extension upstairs.
I can't. Mother's on the extension.
I am not.
Here, we can both hear, George. Just put your head a little closer.
What?
There, that's better. We're listening, Sam.
Well, I have a big deal coming up that's going to make us all rich. George, you remember that time you told me about making plastics out of soybeans?
Soybeans? Yeah. Soybeans, yeah.
Well, my father's checked into it, George, see, and now he's going to put up a factory. How do you like that?
A factory, huh?
And here's the point, George. I may have a job for you unless you're still married to that broken-down building and loan. Oh, Mary?
I'm here.
You tell that guy I'm giving him a chance of a lifetime. Do you hear?
He says it's the chance of a lifetime.
Give me that phone.
Here's George again, Sam. George.
Now, you listen to me, Mary. I don't want any plastics, and I don't want any job, and I don't want to get married ever to anyone. Do you understand that? I want to do what I want to do, and you're not going to trick me. And you're... Mary.
George.
Mary. Oh, Mary, darling, I love you, Mary.
Well, so George Bailey and Mary Hatch were...
Yes, George and Mary were married. And they started off on their honeymoon in Ernie Bishop's taxicab.
Hey, where are you two going on this here now honeymoon?
We're going to shoot the works, Ernie. A whole week in New York, a whole week in Bermuda, the highest hotel, the oldest champagne, the hottest music, and the prettiest wife.
So you're finally getting out of Bedford Falls, huh? Then what?
Then what, honey?
After that, who cares?
That does it. Hey, you know, Mrs. Bailey, I haven't kissed you.
Hey, George, there's something funny going on over there. Look over there at the bank. It looks like a run.
All right. Pull over a minute, will you, Ernie?
George, let's not stop. Please, let's go straight to the
No, wait a
station.
minute. I better see what it is. I'll be right back.
George, please. George!
In a few moments, we'll return with the second act of It's a Wonderful Life, starring James Stewart, Donna Reed, and Victor Moore. Meanwhile, here's our Hollywood reporter, Libby Collins, looking very smart, too, may I say.
Well, thank you, Mr. Keeley. You know, after seeing Paulette Goddard's wardrobe for Paramount's new comedy, Suddenly It's Spring, I just had to rush out and buy something new. Looking at all those lovely clothes was just too much for my self-control.
Well, you look stunning, Libby.
Oh, thank you again, Mr. Keeley.
Now, tell me about the picture. I understand that Paulette's portrayal of an ex-whack is truly delightful.
Oh, yes, it is. And Fred McMurray gives a perfect characterization of her wayward husband. Between the two of them, Suddenly It's Spring is a high-spirited comedy with emphasis on the romantic side.
Well, naturally.
But really, Mr. Keeley, that wardrobe of Miss Goddard certainly will make clothes-conscious girls sit up and take notice. I'll bet you think so, too, Mr. Kennedy.
Well, Libby, men seldom know much about styles. Well, what I notice about a dress is the general effect when a woman wears it. Some girls always seem to have that right-on-the-beam look. You know what I mean.
Well, I think what you have in mind, Mr. Kennedy, is good grooming. Screen stars certainly put great emphasis on it. A perfect hairdo, fresh, beautifully cared-for skin. Those are essentials.
That must be the reason Lux Toilet Soap continues to be a studio standby, no matter how often other styles change.
Well, that's what Miss Goddard told me. She says her beauty facials are so quick and easy and work so well. She's never without a supply of Lux Toilet Soap. I can depend on it for daily complexion care, she said.
I wish you'd tell the ladies in our audience how easy these Lux Soap facials are, Libby.
Well, here's what Paulette Goddard does. She says, I cover my face with the fragrant Lux Soap lather and work it well in. I rinse with warm water, then cold, and use a soft towel to pat my skin dry. Gives skin quick new beauty, she says.
Daily Lux Soap facials do make skin lovelier. Recent tests by skin specialists proved it. In 3 out of 4 cases, complexions became softer and smoother in just a short time.
A lovely Lux complexion makes a woman so attractive. I wish every girl who hasn't tried Lux toilet soap would begin using it tomorrow.
That's sound advice, Libby. When 9 out of 10 screen stars recommend a beauty soap, you know it has to be good. So why not try Lux Toilet Soap, Hollywood's own complexion soap? We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Act 2 of It's a Wonderful Life, starring Jimmy Stewart as George, Donna Reed as Mary, and Victor Moore as Clarence. Well, we're back in heaven again, where the superintendent of angels is reviewing the case history of a mortal named George Bailey. Clarence, the apprentice angel, is very eager to depart on his mission to the earth.
Poor George Bailey. Oh, he's certainly in desperate trouble, Joseph. I'll go to him at once.
Now, you sit down, Clarence. Sit down. We're nowhere near the point where George Bailey's thinking of taking his life.
We're not?
Now, where were we? Oh, yes. George and Mary had just started out on their honeymoon when they ran smack into the financial panic of 1932. In the waiting room of the building and loan, 100 frantic people were clamoring for their safety.
Hey, what's going on, Uncle Billy? What's happened? All those people out there.
This is a pickle, George. All I know is the bank called our loan an hour ago. I had to hand over all our cash.
Holy mackerel.
Whole town's gone crazy. Bank's in the same spot we are.
Our charter, too.
What about our charter?
Our charter says we have to stay open until 6 p.m. The state can take away our license if we don't.
How can we stay open till 6 without any money? George, where are you going?
Out to talk to those people. Come on. Now, please. Now, please, folks. Now, just a minute. Just a minute. Now, please.
How about our money, George? Where's our money?
Well, come on. Now, please. Well, wait a minute. Now, listen to me. Now, you're thinking of this place all wrong. Your money's not here. Oh, wait a minute. Now, let me tell you, your money's in people's houses. In the Kennedy house, in the McLaren house, and in your house, and 100 others. Now, what are you going to do? Foreclose on them?
I got $240 in shares. Now, let me have it.
All right, Charlie. Now, you'll get your money in 60 days.
60 days?
Well, now, look, that's what you agreed on when you bought your shares.
I got my money! Yes! Old man Potter's taking over the bank. He'll pay you 50 cents on every dollar.
Then let's take our shares to Potter. Half is better than nothing.
Now, wait a minute, please, folks. I beg of you not to do this. If Potter gets hold of your shares, he'll be owning this building and loan. And he's got the bank, he's got the bus line, he's got the department stores, and now he's after us because he wants to keep you living in his shacks and paying the kind of rent he decides to charge. Now, we can get through this thing all right, but we've got to stick together. We've got to have faith in each other.
My husband's out of work. We need money.
I've got doctor bills to pay.
I can't feed my kids on faith. How much do you need? We still got some money.
Hey, Mary.
Here it is, George. You told me to hold on to it. Would have made a nice honeymoon. Bought furniture, too.
Hey, now, wait a minute, folks. Listen. I've got $2,000. All right, Charlie, how much do you need?
$240.
No, Charlie, now listen, just enough to tide you over.
I said $240.
Okay. Uncle Billy, give Charlie $240. All right, Ed. Now, how much just to get by on?
$20, I suppose.
Now you're talking. Now, Mrs. Thompson, how about you?
$20 will do me.
Good. $20. Uncle Billy, pay it back when you can now. Pay it back when you can. All right. Who's next?
Look at the clock. Look.
5 seconds, 4 seconds, 3, 2, 1. 6 o'clock. We made it. Lock that door, Eustace, quick. Boy, we're still in business, Uncle Billy. We've even got $2 left.
George, there's a call for you.
Okay, and then call my wife, will you? She's probably over at Mother's.
Mrs. Bailey's on the line.
No, I don't want Miss Bailey. I want my wife, Mrs. Bailey. Mrs. Bailey, that's my wife. That's my. Give me the phone, will you? Hey, Mary. Listen, Mary. I'm sorry. I. Come home. Well, what home? Well, 323 Sycamore. Well, whose home is that? What? Well, Mary, how can I... Well, sure, all right, sure, I'll be there.
Clarence, guess what 323 Sycamore was?
His mother-in-law's house, huh?
Oh, no. Number 323 Sycamore was the old Granville house, the one George threw rocks at and made wishes. Yes, sir, that's where they spent their honeymoon. That's where they started housekeeping. They were still living there 2 years later when old man Potter asked George to stop over at his office.
Sit down, George. Sit down, do. Have a cigar?
Well, thank you, sir.
George, you're a young man, married, making, say, $40 a week at the building and loan.
45.
45. Now, if you were some ordinary yokel, I'd say you were doing fine. But George Bailey is intelligent, ambitious. He hates the building and loan almost as much as I do. He's been dying to get out of town ever since he was born, but he's trapped. Trapped into frittering his life away playing nursemaid to a lot of garlic eaters. Do I paint a correct picture, George, or do I exaggerate?
Well, what's your point, Mr. Potter?
My point is that you're the only man in town who has licked me. George, I want to hire you. Manage my affairs. I'll start you off at $20,000 a year.
$20,000 a year? Are you sure you're talking to me? I'm George Bailey. Don't you remember me? The building and loan, remember?
Yes, George Bailey, whose ship has just come in, providing he has sense enough to climb aboard.
Well, but what about the building and loan?
Confound it, man. I'm offering you a 3-year contract at $20,000 a year. Is it a deal or isn't it?
No. The answer's no, doggone it. If you offered me $1 million to stay around this town and play stooge to you, the answer'd still be no. Now, let me alone. Don't bother.
George, what did Mr. Potter want?
Oh, it's nothing. He just talk. It's nothing. Oh, gee. Mary Hatch. Mary, why in the world did you ever marry a guy like me anyway?
To keep from being an old maid.
I was going to see the world. I was going to build things. I was going to give you the moon. What have I given you? Not even a new dress, not for months. Gee whiz, I feel awful.
So do I. Mornings especially.
I could have married Sam Wainwright, anybody else in town.
I didn't want to marry anybody else. I want my baby to look like you.
No, you didn't even have a honeymoon, and I promised you that you what?
My baby.
Hey, Mary, you mean you're on the nest?
Well, Mary had her baby, Clarence, a boy.
You don't say.
Then she had another one, a girl.
Well, what do you know?
Night after night, George had come home late from the office. Things weren't good with the building and loan. Potter was really bearing down on him. Then came the war. Mary had another baby by then.
Oh.
But she still had time to help out in USO. Uncle Billy sold war bonds. And George's brother Harry became a real hero. Shot down 15 planes.
But George, what about George?
Well, George was 4F, his bad ear. He was an air raid warden. On VE Day, he wept and prayed. On VJ Day, he wept and prayed again.
We're getting pretty close to today, aren't we, sir?
Yes, Clarence. You now know almost everything you have to know about George Bailey, except what happened that finds him down there at this moment, wanting to die.
Well, sir, well?
Well, today's the day before Christmas, Earth time. George is pretty excited.
Hey, Tilly! Eustace! Hey, look at the newspaper. Commander Harry Bailey, decorated by the president. That's my kid brother. The Congressional Medal of Honor.
Gosh, George, gosh.
What do you think about the 15 Jap planes? And the last one he got was just about to dive into a transport loaded with soldiers. You know what that means? He saved lives, hundreds of lives. Hey, gee, where's Uncle Billy? Huh?
We're going to the bank, George. He's depositing that $8,000.
Good. Go. Who's that in his office there?
It's that man again, the bank examiner.
Oh, yeah. Well, good afternoon, Mr. Carter. Hey, Tilly, get the books from Mr. Carter. Will you know, that's my brother's picture there, Mr. Carter. He shot down 15 planes, and one of them was just about...
Well, Mr. Henry F. Potter come to the bank to deposit some more loot, eh?
Sure, you old fool.
How do you like the news in the paper, Mr. Potter? Just can't keep those Bailey boys down now, can you?
Let me see that newspaper.
Here, sorry I can't chat, you old thief. Got to make a deposit. Here you are, Horace. Deposit slip, bank book, and a very Merry Christmas to you.
You too, Mr. Bailey. Say, you've forgotten something, haven't you?
Horace, I've forgotten things all my life. Get a wiggle on, boy.
But, Mr. Bailey, where's the money?
What's that?
You want to make a deposit?
Well, certainly I want.
Well, it's customary to bring the money with you.
It's gone. Where'd I put it? Where'd I put that money?
A terrible thing, Clarence, terrible. Uncle Billy couldn't find the money because the envelope with the $8,000 was folded up in that newspaper he gave to Old Man Potter.
I just don't know what happened to it, George. I just don't know. $8,000. Uncle Billy, the bank examiner's here, and it's not our money. It belongs to the depositors.
George, what are we going to do? We've traced every step I took. We can't stand here in the street.
Are you sure you didn't put that envelope in your coat pocket?
I think so. Maybe. Oh, I'm no good to you, George. I'm no good.
Now listen to me. Think, will you? Now try and think.
I can't think anymore. I can't.
Where's that money, you silly old fool? You know what this means? It means bankruptcy and scandal and prison. One of us is going to jail. Well, it's not going to be me. Now get out of my way. I'm going home.
George, dear, what's wrong? You haven't said a word since you came home.
Oh, well, that banging on that piano. Does she have to just keep playing that same piece over and over and over and over again?
I have to practice for the Christmas party, Daddy.
What is it, dear? Another hectic day?
Yeah, another red letter day for the baby.
Dad, Murphy's got a brand new car. You should see it.
What's the matter with our car? Isn't it good enough for you?
I'm sorry, Dad. I only...
Run upstairs, Petey. See if Zuzu's all right.
Okay, Mom.
Now, what do you mean? What, see if Zuzu's all right? What do you mean?
Oh, she caught a little cold coming home from school. She didn't button up her coat.
Well, what is it? What do you mean, just a cold?
George, the doctor said it was nothing serious.
Was the doctor here?
Well, I thought he'd better look at her.
It's this old drafty house. It's no wonder we don't all have pneumonia. Might as well be living in a refrigerator. Why'd we have to live here in the first place and stay around this measly, crummy old town?
George, what's happened?
Everything's happened. You call this a happy family? Why do we have to have all these kids?
Daddy, how do you spell frankincense?
I don't know how you spell. You ask your mother.
Where are you going?
Upstairs to see Zuzu.
Hello? Oh, thank you, Mrs. Welch. I'm sure she'll be all right.
Who's that?
Zuzu's school teacher. What? Oh, yes, the doctor says she'll be fine tomorrow.
Here, give me that phone.
George, please.
Mrs. Welch? Well, this is Mr. Bailey. Say, what kind of a teacher are you anyway? What do you mean sending Zuzu home like that half naked? Do you realize you probably end up with pneumonia just because of your stupidity? You know, maybe my kids aren't the best dressed kids in town, but at least... Hello! Janie, will you stop playing that lousy piano? Cut it out! Stop it!
George, for heaven's sake, what's wrong with you?
I'm sorry. Janie, I'm sorry. Mary, I've just got to get out of here.
So that's it, George. You're short $8,000 in your accounts, eh?
Now, please, Mr. Potter, I'll pay any sort of a bonus if you still want the building and loan.
You say it was lost. Have you notified the police?
No, sir, I haven't done that yet. Harry's home.
Oh, I come to me. What about your good friend, Sam Wainwright?
I can't get a hold of him. He's in Europe.
What kind of security would I have, George? What collateral?
Yes, sir, I have some life insurance here. $15,000 policy.
What's your equity in it?
$500.
And you want $8,000? You once called me a warped, frustrated old man. Well, what are you but a warped, frustrated young man crawling on your hands and knees for help? Why don't you go to the riffraff you love so well? Ask them for help.
I'll do anything, Mr. Potter, please. Please help me, Miss. My wife and kids.
I'm calling the district attorney. $500. You know something, George? You're worth more dead than you are alive. Now get out of here. Get out.
And all the time, Potter had the $8,000 in his desk drawer. It's still there, Terence.
But where's George, sir? Where?
Well, he went over to Martini's Cafe. He's had a couple of drinks, Clarence. He's just standing there, sort of in a daze.
Oh, God, dear Father in heaven, I'm not a praying man, but if you're up there and you can hear me, please show me the way. I'm at the end of my rope. Show me the way, God.
Mr. Bailey, you all right? Don't drink anymore, Mr. Bailey. Please, you don't feel good.
Bailey? Did you say Bailey? Which Bailey?
This gentleman is Mr. Bailey, George Bailey.
George Bailey, huh? And the next time you talk to my wife like that, she'll get worse. It isn't enough she slaves teaching your stupid kids how to read and write. You got to ball
You get out of here, Mr. Welch. You hit my best friend. Get out.
All right.
Mr. Bailey, you okay?
Who's that?
Mr. Welch, but don't worry. He don't come in this place no more. I'll get something for your face. It's bleeding.
I'm all right.
Please don't go away,
Let me
Mr.
alone.
Bailey. Please don't go away.
Well, George left Martini's Cafe 5 minutes ago, Clarence. He's at the river now, on the bridge, looking at the water. Are you ready, Clarence?
All ready, sir.
Very well. Save George Bailey's life, and you'll get your wings.
My wings. Oh, thank you, Joseph. George! George Bailey! Get away from that bridge! You hear me? George! George!
In just a moment, we'll bring you Act 3 of It's a Wonderful Life, starring Jimmy Stewart, Donna Reed, and Victor Moore. The popular theory about beautiful blondes is that they're content to be merely decorative. Our lovely guest tonight, Miss Susan Blanchard, completely disproves that idea. Besides being a hard-working fox starlet, Susan, I understand you're a wonderful cook.
I really love housekeeping, Mr. Keeley. But most of all, I enjoy the training I get at the studio. It's work, but it's fun, too.
You're an Easterner, aren't you, Susan?
Yes, a native New Yorker.
I thought so.
It was the Broadway theater that inspired me to think of show business as a career.
Well, that's interesting.
I used to save my allowance and go to every play I could. One of my favorite actresses was Jane Wyatt.
Uh-huh.
Imagine, Mr. Keeley, what a thrill it was for me to meet her right here in Hollywood.
Jane Wyatt's latest picture, Boomerang, was made in the East, I understand.
Yes. But she and Dana Andrews, who stars in Boomerang with her, were in Hollywood to see a studio showing of the picture.
Oh, I see.
Jane Wyatt is my ideal of a stage and screen star. So talented and so lovely to look at. Just as lovely in real life, too.
She is indeed.
It wasn't long before I discovered that she's as keen about Lux toilet soap for beauty care as I am. You know, I'm a Lux girl, too.
We're glad to hear you say that, Miss Blanchard, because that's a very beautiful Lux complexion I see before me. Just right for blue eyes and ash blonde hair.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. Any girl in pictures is delighted to find out about Lux toilet soap as a beauty care. Active lather facials are so quick and easy, and they really make a difference in your skin.
Thousands of busy, attractive women have discovered that, Miss Blanchard. Daily Lux Soap complexion care does make skin lovelier. Otherwise, it wouldn't be the choice of 9 out of 10 screen stars.
Lux toilet soap is all around beauty care for me. I use it as a bath soap, too. It has such delightful perfume, leaves a lovely fragrance on the skin.
Thank you, Miss Susan Blanchard. I hope our audience will be seeing that lovely Lux complexion of yours in a screen close-up one of these days. Now, back to our producer, William Keeley.
Act 3 of It's a Wonderful Life, starring Jimmy Stewart, Donna Reed, and Victor Moore. Numb with despair, convinced, as Mr. Potter said, that he's worth more dead than alive, George Bailey stands on a bridge, staring at the dark and frigid waters below. Suddenly, there's a splash. No, that's not George. It's Clarence, the apprentice angel. And there goes George in after him. It's a few minutes later now, and in the bridgekeeper's shack, George and Clarence are drying off.
You both sure you're all right? You want a doctor?
No, I'm all right.
Oh, I'm fine. This underwear, I didn't have time to get anything more stylish. My wife gave me this on my last birthday. I passed away in it.
You what, mister?
I see Tom Sawyer is drying out, too.
Who?
My book. I left in such a hurry, I brought Tom Sawyer with me.
Hey, how'd you happen to fall in?
Oh, I jumped in. I jumped in to save you.
Jumped in to save me?
Well, I did, didn't I? You didn't go through with it, did you?
Go through with what?
Suicide.
Hey, it's against the law to commit suicide around here.
Yeah, it's against the law where I come from, too.
Where do you come from?
Heaven.
Oh, that's very funny.
Your lips bleeding.
Yeah, I got a bust in the jaw in answer to a prayer.
Oh, no, George. I'm the answer to your prayer.
Hey, how'd you know my name?
Oh, I know all about you.
Well, who are you supposed to be, anyway?
Clarence Oddbody, AS2.
Clarence Oddbody. What's the AS2 for?
Angel, second class.
Hey, I'm getting out of here. You may not need a doctor, but I do.
Cheerio, my good man.
Hey, look here. Why'd you want to save me?
Because I'm your guardian angel, George.
Oh, I see. Uh-huh. Well, you look like about the kind of an angel I'd get. What happened to your wings?
Well, I haven't won my wings yet. That's why I'm an angel, second class.
Oh, I see.
But you can help me earn them, George, by letting me help you.
Oh, don't happen to have $8,000 on you, do you?
No. We don't use money in heaven.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I keep forgetting. I see. Comes in pretty handy down here, bub.
Oh, tut.
Of course, I found it out a little late. You know, I'm worth more dead than alive.
You mustn't talk like that. Joseph will never give me my wings if you keep feeling that way. You just don't realize what you've done for your folks. Why, if it hadn't been for you...
Yes, if it hadn't been for me, everybody would be better off. My wife and my kids and my friends.
Oh, this is not going to be easy.
And I'll be better off if I hadn't been born.
What did you say?
I said I wish I'd never been born.
George, that's wonderful.
It's wonderful. What?
The idea you just gave me. Well, you got your wish. You've never been born.
I've never been born?
Exactly. No worries, no $8,000 to get, nothing. You simply don't exist.
All right, okay, all right.
George, I can do things, strange things. I can show you the world, George, the way it would be if you hadn't been born.
Hey, wait a minute. This ear of mine. Hey, say something else in that bad ear.
You don't have a bad ear anymore. Oh, I don't think you're concentrating. Oh. Don't you see? You're not the George Bailey you think you are. You're nobody.
That's the doggonest thing I ever saw, that ear.
Your lips stopped bleeding, too.
Yeah. Hey, what's happening around here? What is this, anyway? I need a drink. That's what I need. What about you, Angel? You want a drink?
Well, I don't quite know.
Come on. We'll go as soon as our clothes are dry.
Clothes are dry, George.
Hey, so they are. That's funny. Well, look, let's get dressed and we'll stroll over to Martini's and then... excuse me. I'll stroll. You fly.
Yeah. Oh, no, I don't have my
You don't
wings.
have your wings yet. No. That's right. I forgot that again. A couple of drinks and we'll both fly, huh?
What'll you have, fellas?
Hey, where's the boss? Where's Martini?
Look, wise guy, I'm the boss, see?
Okay, well, double scotch, quick, will you?
What's yours?
You know what I just love? Some mulled wine.
Huh?
Heavy on the cinnamon and light on the cloves. Off with you, my lad, and lively now.
Now, cut it out.
Oh, come on, here. Just give him the same as I ordered. He's okay.
Two double scotch.
What about this place? It's all changed.
All of Bedford Falls has changed. You're having your wish, George. You've never been born. Oh, there'll be lots of things you've never seen before. Oh, good. Somebody just made it.
Made what?
Every time a bell rings, it means some angel's got his wings.
What'd you say?
Look, Clarence, I don't think you better talk about angels around here.
Don't they believe in angels?
Oh, yeah, they believe in them, but it's just a little thing.
Then why should people be surprised when they see one?
Don't mind him, bartender. He's just a little fella. He just never grew up, man. How old are you anyway, Clarence?
Well, next May, I'll be 293.
That does it. A couple of pixies, huh? Go on, get. You hear me? Get.
Where's Martini? Will you
Stop
tell me?
asking about Martini. Ain't here any... Hey, you. Rummy, didn't I tell you never to come panhandling around here?
George, look.
Hey, it's Mr. Gower. Mr. Gower. Listen, Mr. Gower, don't you know me? This is George Bailey.
You buy me a drink, mister? Just one drink, will you, mister?
Pinky!
Yeah, Nick.
Throw the rummy out.
Oh, no, please.
Hey, bartender, that's Mr. Gower, the druggist.
That rumhead spent 20 years in jail for poisoning some kid. If you knew him, you must be a jailbird yourself. Pinky, here's two more. Get him out of here.
Get up, George. Good thing he threw us in a snowbank, huh?
Where's Mr. Gower?
Mr. Gower doesn't know you, George. You see, you weren't there to stop him from putting poison into that prescription.
Hey, what do you mean I wasn't there? Look, Look, tell me, what are you? Are you a hypnotist?
George.
Look, well, why am I seeing all these strange things here?
Don't you understand? It's because you were not born.
Well, if I wasn't born, then who am I?
Nobody. You have no identity.
Well, what do you mean I have no identity?
No papers, no driver's license, no 4F card, no insurance policy.
Zuzu's bell.
What?
Zuzu's bell. I bought my little girl a bell to hang on the Christmas tree, and I forgot to give it to her. I've got it in my... It's gone. It's gone, too. Everything's gone.
But you've been given a great gift, George. A chance to see what the world would be like if you'd never been born.
You're crazy. You're crazy as a bedbug, and you're driving me crazy, too. Now, look, I'm going home to my wife and family. Do you understand that? And I'm going home alone.
Better not leave him alone, Clarence. Keep following him.
Joseph, I'll stay near him, sir. Poor George. He's seeing Main Street now the way it'd be if he hadn't lived. The thing that's really shocked him, sir, is the building and loan office. Know what's there now? Pawn shop.
What's he doing? Can you see?
He's talking to Ernie Bishop, the taxi driver. He wants to go home.
You better tag along, Clarence.
Oh, I will, sir. I will.
Come on, step on it, will you, Ernie? Get me home. I'm off my nut.
Where do you live, buddy?
Oh, now, doggone it, Ernie. Don't you start pulling that stuff on me. 323 Sycamore.
323 Sycamore?
Yeah, hurry. I'll put his Zuzu's sick.
Okay, buddy.
Hey, look, Ernie, I don't know what's happened. I'm going crazy or something. I got some bad liquor. Now, look, tell me this now. You're Ernie Bishop, right? And you live with your wife and kid down...
You seen my wife?
What do you mean? I've seen your wife. I've been in your house 100 times. What do you... We built it for you, didn't we?
Bud, my wife took the kid and ran away 5 years ago, and I ain't never seen you before in my life, see?
Okay, Ernie, okay. Just step on it. Get me home. Mary, where are you? Janie, Petey, Zuzu. Zuzu, where are you?
This is just an old abandoned house, George. You have no wife, no children.
Where are they? What have you done with them?
Hey, I'll face that thing. See, I told you.
All right, up with your hands.
Oh, Bert the cop. Thank heaven you're here.
Now, look, why don't you be a good fella, and I'll take you to a doctor.
Bert, listen to me. What's the matter with you guys? Now, listen, it's that fellow there. He says he's an angel. He tried to hypnotize me.
I hate to use my nightstick, but I guess I...
Ow!
Run, George, run. He can't hit you while I'm biting him. George, run. My teeth aren't what they used to be. Joseph, help! Joseph!
Where'd they go, Ernie? Where'd they go?
I don't know. They just disappeared.
Clarence.
Oh, Joseph, I hope you don't mind my calling on you like I did.
It was very irregular, Clarence. You're by yourself again. Where's George?
He's at his mother's house, sir.
Well, if George hasn't been born, he has no mother.
Oh, he's being very stubborn, sir. He'll just have to find these things out for himself.
But his mother, that's a terribly bitter blow to a man, his own mother not knowing him.
You mean I shouldn't have let him...
I mean you better find him right away. Oh, and stop fighting policemen, Clarence.
I'm here again, George.
My own mother didn't know me. If only Harry were here. If my brother were only back from Washington.
Your brother fell through the ice and was drowned at the age of 9.
Well, that's a lie. He got the Congressional Medal of Honor. He saved the lives of every man on that transport.
Every man on that transport died. Strange, isn't it? Each man's life touches so many other lives. Harry wasn't there to save them because you weren't there to save Harry. Don't you see, George? You really had a wonderful life. Don't you see what a mistake it would be to throw it away?
Clarence?
Yes?
Where's Mary? Please, where's my wife?
I'm not supposed to tell.
Tell me where she is.
You're not going to like it, George.
Where is she? I'll choke it out of you if I have to. Where's my wife?
The library. She works there. She's just about to lock up for the night. So George! Come back! Oh, there must be some easier way for me to get my wings.
Mary.
I'm sorry, the library's closed.
Mary, it's George. Don't you know me?
No, I don't know you. Let me go.
Mary, please, don't do this to me. Mary, please, help me. Help me. Where are our kids? Mary, I need you, Mary.
Get
please.
away from me. Help!
Help me, Mary. I'm George. Mary.
Clarence.
Oh, where is he, Joseph? Where's George? I'm afraid I've lost him, sir.
You knew you shouldn't have let him try to see Mary. Now they're after him, a mob. They think he was trying to hurt her.
Joseph, I won't even get one wing, will I?
You have one more chance, Clarence. Get over to the bridge by the river. I think George has seen just about enough.
But the mob...
But don't worry. They've lost him, too. Now, hurry up.
Oh, thank you, Joseph. Thank you.
Clarence. Clarence! Clarence, where are you?
I'm here, George.
Help me, Clarence. Get me back. I don't care what happens to me. Only get me back to my wife and kids, please. I want to live again.
Oh, thank you, George. Thank you, boy.
I want to live again, please. Oh, God, please let me live again.
George? Is that you down there, George?
Now, get out here, Bert. Get out here. You come in any closer, I'll let you have it.
What the hell are you yelling for, George?
Come on. George, Bert, do you know me?
No, yeah. I've been looking all over town for you. Where you been?
Hey, Bert, I'm alive again, Bert.
You sure you're all right? Hey, your mouth's bleeding.
It is. Hey, my mouth's bleeding. Bert, look at the blood come out of there. Would you? And where's Zuzu's Christmas bell, Bert? I had it right in my pocket. Here it is. Hey, it's in my pocket. What do you know about it? Hey, Merry Christmas, Bert.
Well, Merry Christmas. Get in the car. I'll drive you home.
You will, Bert? We'll do that. I turn the siren wide open, huh? Merry Christmas, Bedford Falls. Hey, Merry Christmas, old building and loan. Merry Christmas, Mr. Potter. Yippee! Come on. Hey, Bert, come on in with me, huh? What is these people, these reporters? Hey, Merry Christmas, reporters. Hey, Mr. Bank Examiner, Merry Christmas.
Mr. Bailey, there's a deficit.
I know, $8,000, I'll bet, huh?
George, I've got a little paper here. I'm sorry.
I bet it's a warrant for my arrest. Isn't that wonderful? Merry Christmas. Hey, where's Mary, you know? Look at this wonderful old drafty house. Isn't it wonderful? Have you seen my wife? Where's Mary? Mary!
Merry Christmas!
Kids! Hey, kids! Janie! Petey! Hey, I could eat you up. Where's your mother?
She went looking for you, Daddy, with Uncle Billy.
Oh,
Daddy?
Zuzu, my little ginger snap. How do you feel, huh?
Fine, Daddy. Not a snitch of temperature.
Not a snitch of temperature. Hallelujah!
George, darling.
It's Mommy. Mommy's home.
Mary.
George, where have you been?
Mary.
George,
Mary,
George.
now look, just let me touch you. Oh, you're real, Mary. Oh, you've no idea what happened to me.
You've no idea what's happened either. They're on their way here.
Who's on their way? Oh, the police department? The FBI, the National Guard? I'm alive again, Mary. Oh, listen, Mary, I'm alive again.
Oh, yes, darling, yes. Now close your eyes and come on downstairs.
What is it? We can't open my eyes yet, Mary? What's going on here?
Now keep your eyes closed. Now, I'll just walk you over here by the Christmas tree and...
Well, the people, I hear lots of people. What is it? Lots of people.
Just 1 minute now. We're all ready, Uncle Billy. Come in, everybody.
George, look! Just look!
Uncle Billy!
Money, George. A laundry basket filled with money. Money for you. Mary did it, George. Mary!
I don't understand. What money? What...
People heard you were in trouble, darling. These people, your friends, they've collected this money for you. The $8,000.
Charlie. Hey, there's Martini. Mr. Gower. Hey, how are you, Mr. Gower? Mrs. Thompson, Ed, Tom, everybody.
None of us would have a roof over our heads if it wasn't for you, George.
Oh, Garth, this is wonderful. Hey, Mary, look who's coming in. Mother. Hi, Mother. Hey, and Harry.
Got Mary's telegram, George.
I flew in as fast as I could.
Hey, everybody, a toast. How about a toast?
Oh, good idea, Ernie. A toast to my big brother, George, the richest man in town.
Daddy, my Christmas bell. You didn't forget.
Forget? Here, honey. Here's your bell.
Daddy.
Darling, what's this on the table here? This book?
The Adventures of Tom Sawyer.
Lord, there's something written in it.
Dear George, remember no man is a failure who has friends. Thanks for the wings. Love, Clarence.
Clarence?
Yeah, he's a very dear friend of mine.
Daddy, Mrs. Welch says every time a bell rings, an angel gets his wings.
That's right, Zuzu. That's right. That's right. Attaboy, Clarence. Attaboy, Clarence. Happy landing.
It's a wonderful life so long as we can have such fine performances as we enjoyed tonight. From Jimmy Stewart, Donna Reed, and Victor Moore. Jimmy, I'd like to thank whatever guardian angel whisked you back from Texas for our show this evening.
Well, that guardian angel was an airline's wing, Bill.
You were in Texas for the premiere of this picture, weren't you, Jimmy?
Yeah, Frank Capra and I went down for 5 openings, as many nights. Pretty good
All
down
of
there
them
in Texas,
yeah.
Jimmy? Yeah, every one of them. The 5 premieres over Texas. You know, it's a pretty big state. Takes that many to do it.
Jimmy, I'm sure your fans were proud to read that you received an honorary degree from Princeton just the other week.
Yes, how about that, Jimmy? Do we call you professor now?
No. It's just an M.A.
Oh, Master of Arts?
Well, it might have been. I don't know. It might be for murdering architecture. That's what I studied at Princeton.
Well, you know, Donna has an honorary degree to her credit, too. LLC.
What's that, Bill?
LLC? Well, you can see for yourself. A lovely Lux complexion.
Well, thank you, Bill. Or rather, thank Lux Toilet Soap. It's a wonderful complexion care. I use it faithfully.
With wonderful results, I see.
What's happening next Monday night on Lux, Bill?
Next week, we have another of the season's most successful films. It's 20th Century Fox's thrilling screen hit, Leave Her to Heaven, with lovely Jean Tierney, and a star who appears in answer to literally hundreds of requests, Cornell Wilde. Based on the best-selling novel of the same name, Leave Her to Heaven is the strange, dramatic story of a woman whose twisted mind and fiendish jealousy drive her to any lengths to hold the man she loves.
Now, that ought to make great listening, Bill.
I wouldn't miss it for anything. Good night.
Good night, and thanks a million. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theater presents Jean Tierney and Cornell Wilde in Leave Her to Heaven. This is William Keeley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Here's a sure way to save on your meat and grocery bills. Turn in used kitchen fats to your butcher and receive a generous price for every pound. The worldwide supply of fats is still desperately short, and every drop you save helps in the making of soap, refrigerators, and other needed items. So save and turn in your used kitchen fats. Donna Reed appeared through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of The Beginning or the End, starring Brian Donlevy and Robert Walker. James Stewart will soon be seen in the Robert Riskin production for RKO, Magic Town. Victor Moore will soon be seen in Roy Del Ruth's production, It Happened on Fifth Avenue. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. This program is broadcast to our men and women overseas through cooperation with the Armed Forces Radio Service. And this is your announcer, John Milton Kennedy, reminding you to tune in again next Monday night to hear Leave Her to Heaven with Jean Tierney and Cornell Wilde. Spry.
When you bake and fry,
Spry.
for your cake and pie,
Spry.
it's your shortening by.
Rely on Spry.
Want fried foods crisp, golden, better tasting? Try Spry, the pure vegetable shortening that gives you delicious, better tasting fried foods. So digestible, too, the Spry way.
Rely on Spry.
S-P-R-Y.
Rely on Spry.
S-P-R-Y. Be sure to listen in again next Monday night to hear the Lux Radio Theater presentation of Leave Her to Heaven. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Friends, you know what happens when you take a fish out of water? Sure, it dies. Well, by Cornelius, the same thing happens when your car's battery runs out of water. It lies right down and quits. No water, no life. So what did the Autolite people do? They made the Autolite Stay Full battery with an extra large liquid reserve. Gave it more room for more water. Result, The Autolite Stay Full battery needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use. So, friends, be right with Autolite. Switch to an Autolite Stay Full battery tomorrow.
Thanks for listening to HOJO Radio. We'll be back again very soon.